Good morning, everybody. Welcome to hearing Stream 5, which is looking at the provisions of the proposed district plan for various general district-wide matters that relate to the IPI provisions. Today is the first day of hearing submitters, and we'll very shortly turn to our first submitter, Mr. Sutton. Before I do that, just to check that everyone's got their cell phones on silent, please. We've got a mixture of virtual and in-person submitters today, but this morning I think it's primarily all in person. Good. And we do have copies of all the speaking notes and presentations that's been circulated, so thank you for doing that. It's helpful to us. And so without any further ado, I might hand over to Mr. Sutton, unless there's any other matters arising. Okay, Mr. Sutton, the floor is yours.
Thanks. Morning. Yeah, my name's Frank Sutton, and I work for a company called AdamsonShaw in Wellington City. And so we are a company with just surveyors and planners. So I'm a planner at AdamsonShaw. So yeah, other than the surveying, which is the bulk of our company, all of my work is to do with subdivisions, really, residential and rural. So when the new subdivision rules came along, it was sort of quite apparent from the start that they were quite a bit different to the operative plan, the subdivision rules in there. So that's where the submission has come from, and I might just sort of read bits from my speaking notes if that's all right, and hopefully it'll show how the rules affect our work, and that might show the reason behind the submission today. So yeah, I, on behalf of the company, I guess, submitted on three subdivision standards: sub S2, sub S3, and sub S4, which is basically, I don't know which order, but water supply, wastewater, and stormwater. And under the current operative Wellington district plan, AdamsonShaw, we have an excellent understanding of how the subdivision process is carried out and the conditions of consent that are likely to be imposed on the subdivision. So this basically allows us to, because most of our clients are sort of, I use the term mum and dad, or like some lower level, maybe 2-lot subdivisions around existing dwellings, they sort of come to us, and it's our advice that we provide them right from the start that sort of leads their feasibility, and we have to be pretty confident how the process will work and what costs are going to be involved. So when I first started at AdamsonShaw, which wasn't actually that long ago, I've got just over 3 years experience. So I started in February 2020. Some of the consents that we saw had very few conditions, and sometimes there were no conditions. If it was a subdivision around existing dwellings, there'd be no conditions at all. Quite often you just have your 223 requirement that your LT plan looked the same as your scheme plan submitted. But over the past 2 years, yeah, probably 2 to 3 years, we've noticed, well, there are a lot of new conditions coming through, and it was just a flood of conditions. And some, it wasn't apparent from the start, but some attempted to capture upgrades to existing services where they served existing buildings and dwellings, and that's again just where the subdivision was around an existing house. And for fee simple subdivisions. And I might just say now that there's no argument from AdamsonShaw that the fact that new vacant lots, so if you're creating vacant lots, that they need to be provided with 3 water services that meet the current standards, so you wouldn't utilise an existing connection for a new lot because there's no existing house on that lot. So jump in short. So going back to the conditions that were starting to come through, they'd have no real explanation as part of we asked for the draft conditions, and as part of the draft condition stage, we'd sort of see the completely different wording or a brand new condition. Try and get an explanation to it, but there was no real explanation. And these were servicing conditions that just come straight through from Wellington Water Limited. sort of get somewhat of an explanation and try and work out what the condition is requiring. And then at AdamsonShaw, we're kind of fortunate that we're quite small. We can proceed with the engineering stage for our clients quite soon after the consent's issued. So pretty soon after the consent's issued, we start trying to give effect to these conditions. And quite often, and in some of these cases in particular, there was a water condition that was imposed roughly 2 years ago, which spoke of the existing water connection serving an existing dwelling needing to meet the current standards. So when we went to Wellington Water to get as part of the engineering approvals for the subdivision, we found out that the water supply service had to be upgraded to the newest standard, which was P100. And that straight away didn't really align with Section 108AA of the RMA, which is reason or what can be imposed as a condition of consent. So we had to go back, we had to basically complete the feedback loop back to the Wellington City Council and try and explain that this condition is requiring this. It doesn't align with 108AA of the RMA, and it took a long time. I got a whole folder of emails, and it was time that sort of our clients we hadn't told them about, and if we weren't able to argue it, it was going to cost them an extra $20,000 on the price that we'd given them at the start. So, but luckily in the end, it was successful in arguing that some of those conditions, and there were a few that were requiring upgrades to existing services, couldn't be imposed. So that was good. And then I just noticed that the RMA has Section 108AA, but then also in the incoming Natural and Built Environments Act, Section 231 is the general requirements before conditions may be included, and it's pretty much the same apart from some different wording. So it's not going that isn't going to change under the new act. The rules under the proposed district plan. Oh no, in those sections of the RMA and the MBA, yeah, it says that a consent authority can include a condition if it is directly connected to a rule in the district plan. So that was one of the arguments when 2 years ago, when I was trying to argue that these conditions can't be imposed, that the councils were saying, oh well, it might be directly connected to a rule in the district plan, but it wasn't, because the rule wasn't. There's another part in the RMA that says that the application of that rule or standard to the activity is the reason of one of the reasons that a resource consent is required for the activity. So ours was subdivision, so these rules weren't in the subdivision section, they were in other sections of the district plan. So yeah, the new plan has different rules for water supply, wastewater and stormwater, which will be tied to the subdivision rules. Each are standards that will be tied to the rules. Each of these standards requires that all new allotments must be provided with a connection which meets the level of service in the Wellington Water Regional Standard for Water Services made 2019, which it seems like there might be a 2021 version now anyway, but that's been a document that councils have referred to, and it's not just Wellington, it's some other councils as well, when they look to get advice on the standard of the services. And the water supply is one in particular that has been required to be upgraded or attempted to be upgraded where it's serviced an existing dwelling. So our argument all the time was just that the subdivision itself isn't causing an adverse effect on the water supply to that dwelling that's existing. So there can't be a condition there that imposes it. But the worry is that when there is a standard connected to a rule in the district plan for subdivision, that there will be the argument that we've used so far won't be accepted. You won't be able to say, because there will be that other bit in Section 108 AA and in the new Act that says where it's directly connected to a rule, you can impose a condition. But again, we agree that new vacant allotments that will not contain an existing building post subdivision should be provided with services that meet the current standards. Yeah, so the changes sought, really it's not massive, it's just that I'd prefer to see that the rules say in for sub S2 and S3 that they should refer to new vacant allotments. And this would just mean that where you've got an allotment with an existing building, it can just retain all its existing services, which is also, it just makes sense because some of the subdivisions we were doing lately, the dwelling was connected to a pipe that was PE80, which were only installed in Wellington from the 90s to, I don't know, early or late to, but just after 2010, which is where that's where they upgraded to PE100. So some of these past ones were requiring the person to completely dig up the road and install a PE100 pipe, where they already had a perfectly good PE80 pipe that would service the lot just fine. And then for sub S4, which is the stormwater management, it's similar, should refer to new vacant allotments, but then I also had another point about the stormwater management, that there could be something that confirms that the existing dwellings do not require hydraulic neutrality, because again, some conditions were coming through that were attempting to require a stormwater hydraulic neutrality in the form of, there's a few different ways, but the most common for us is a stormwater neutrality tank to capture the roof water and release it into the mains or the curb at a lower rate in a high storm event. But it was asking for hydraulic neutrality on lots that had existing buildings. And I think that I'm pretty sure the general understanding of it is that it's for anything above the existing situation, and the conditions that came through may have just been a mistake. But if the standards were related to this policy that requires hydraulic neutrality, I don't know if they're as successful in arguing them under the RMA or under the NBA. And then the last point is the 42A report said that there was a risk in adding the word vacant to the standards, and it's talked about cross lease and unit title subdivisions, and I can understand that because although you're creating cross lease, you're creating leased areas, covenant areas, and unit titles, you're creating units rather than allotments. But I think the definition now is that an allotment is also a leased area, and a unit can also be considered as an allotment. But I believe the consent authority will still have the ability to argue that cross lease, and I'm not sure that anyone's doing cross leases anymore. When we're certainly not. It was sort of something people did to avoid the councils a long time ago, or unit title subdivisions, where they're around existing dwellings, because at the moment council are able to say that you guys are doing a unit title subdivision, you've got an existing water supply, but you're changing the use and the land holding here, so you're creating an effect. That's how they get their adverse effect. Like, you can have different owners, different titles to own. So there's no argument there. There's no individual shut-off valves for each unit, because if they didn't have individual shut-off valves, there'd be an adverse effect. So they can put a condition in there saying you must provide individual shut-off valves, or prove to us that the pressure is still fine to service all of those units. So yeah, it's a bit tricky because I'm coming from very much small, where the max we do is probably 6 lots. The most common is 2 lots around one around an existing house and one around a vacant lot, and it's just the last couple of years have been just a lot of change, and we struggle to keep up. And then you go to the council and let them know what this condition actually means, because they've just got it passed to them from Wellington Water, and you go through the whole fight, and you're not trying to fight, you're just trying to show them that it's creating this extra cost and unnecessary need. But as long as I had a look, like we've read the Wellington Water Regional Standard for Water Services. It's pretty tricky to relate to our work because it also deals with high level subdivisions and greenfield subdivisions, and obviously those would need to meet all of the current standards. But for us, we're only dealing with a small part there, and in each of those rules it does say the level of service in Chapter 4, and then the tables. And so I'm not sure if it's relating to certain parts of that document or the whole document. It's definitely in that document. It says, for example, for water supply, it says that the current standard is PE 100. And I'll just quickly read the positive result for AdamsonShaw is that we'll continue to have certainty. So it's more about the certainty because we're sort of advising people on the process and how it'll work and costs, and it's a massive step for people to undertake about the subdivision process in Wellington City and help to promote infill subdivision and development in Wellington City, and it will ensure successful and efficient development in the city if you're not worried about these extra costs that jump in. So the one that came along was this is just for a 2-lot subdivision, I think, creating a vacant lot and one with an existing dwelling. And it talked about the existing water connection can be reused for lot 1. So straight away, there should be no question about under the old plan and or the current plan and the RMA. It shouldn't really be a question of the existing water supply for a lot with an existing dwelling, but this condition popped in for lot 1 if it can only be reused if it meets the requirements. The code of practice is deemed to be in good condition and it will not end up under a vehicle crossing. And then there was also another one that said meets current standards as well, and we weren't sure at the time what that condition meant, but you just sort of think, oh, it won't change. It's just we just need to prove these things, and it's not until later that you find out that it's going to cost extra costs. So that's where this whole submission has come from, I guess, from all the stuff over the last 2 years, and then seeing that these new conditions are a lot different. Not conditions, these standards are a lot different to the old standards, which there were basically none before. And the last thing I would say is that the submission on sub S2, so just the water supply standard, was supported by Survey and Spatial New Zealand branch. And the further submission agreed that where an existing house is retained on a new lot, that the existing water supply does not need to be replaced. So that, yeah, the water supply is the main one, I guess, and haven't had too many issues lately about stormwater and wastewater. Just, yeah, they tend to be allowed to be retained because there's no extra use from the lot, but of course you can't share services where you're doing subdivision. Yeah, so that's the background and the submission, and there's a little bit unknown there because it's tricky to know how much councils will interpret these standards when they're doing subdivision consents, and the reference there to the regional standards for water services. So yeah, I would hope that the word vacant could at least be added into some of those standards just to give us a bit more certainty that it won't apply to lots that are going to retain an existing dwelling. Thanks. That's it.
Thank you. Just to clarify too, that condition example you gave, you're not opposing a condition that has that condition to prevent the water service area, the water connection area, to be covered over by an access way or whatever. You're not opposing that kind of condition. It's just the level of water service connection you're concerned about where there's an existing dwelling or building.
Yeah, they were just worried about the existing water supply pipe meeting the current standards, which if it wasn't installed after 2000, sometime after 2010, it just wasn't going to meet the current standards. So yeah, would just need to be replaced, and we never, when we saw the condition initially, we thought that there was no way that we would have anticipated that that's what that condition would require, and it just didn't. It couldn't be imposed as a condition of consent.
Okay. Yeah. Also, to clarify this issue around the cross lease unit title thing, if you had vacant, I kind of understand the concern around using vacant if it's subdividing a cross lease or unit title situation to freehold title or something. That because there are existing dwellings on that site, it wouldn't be treated as a vacant site. So it would be, and if you did create that vacant statement in there, it wouldn't be caught by that. How would you suggest that be caught clearly in the standards there?
Yes, we've done a few cross lease, converting them to fee simple. And the effect, each new lot would need to have a separate water supply, because most often the cross leases have shared services, because that was the whole point of the cross lease, was to avoid.
But they wouldn't be classed as vacant lots.
Yes, no.
So how would your suggested relief deal with that situation?
The council would be able to say that there's an adverse effect because the lots can't share water, so you need to have the ability to have separate water supply. So then you'd be able to capture a condition under the purpose, the reasons for conditions of consent, and likewise shared services, you'd also have an effect because you'd have a maintenance requirement between the two separate fee simple lots. So there's ways of, as they do now, they're able to say to you, there's an effect here, they share water, you must separate waters. Also, they share a wastewater pipe, you must check the condition of that pipe via CCTV, prove to us that, and then also have a legal instrument on both titles to specify the equal rights of maintenance. So they're able to generate an adverse effect because you're separating the landholder.
So the standards wouldn't apply because they won't be vacant lots, but because you need consent for the subdivision, it would be caught through just that condition process.
Yeah, because there's an adverse effect that you need to avoid, remedy or mitigate.
Okay, understand. Any questions for Mr. Sutton?
Just in terms of understanding your relief, so if you look at the three standards which you're referring to, you'd be wanting to put in there, the beginning of each of those says where a connection to council's reticulated, and I'll use S2 as an example, supply systems is available. You're wanting all new vacant allotments. Is that the relief that you're seeking?
Yeah.
And that's as simple as that, just inserting the word vacant.
Yeah, that would give us confidence and also be able to have an argument that, new allotments where there's an existing dwelling can just retain their services.
Thank you.
So just part of, just part of that was, so is suggesting then that the existing building doesn't need to meet existing current standards? Yeah,
correct, because the subdivision itself does not create an adverse effect on that service, because that house and its services continue to operate as they would pre-subdivision. So the subdivision won't affect that at all. So it won't need conditions that will avoid, remedy or mitigate those effects. Opposed to if you used, it all comes back to using subdivisions as a way to upgrade the city's infrastructure. So even when I started in 2020, there was already a condition in there that required, as part of a subdivision, you must require all your Toby connections to a manifold, and manifolds, and it does make, and all of these make sense from an engineering perspective, because you might find that you've got a leaky Toby and straight away, but you've got to sort of let people manage their own infrastructure and upgrade it where necessary, not capture it under a subdivision consent. The Toby to manifold one was because then there's a fresh new Toby, fresh new manifold there for the council, and then they can, I don't know, I'm just, probably, yeah, it's just a better service connection. You can put a meter on it in the future, whatnot.
I suppose this council's trying to upgrade the city's infrastructure.
That's what it feels like. That
This is
this
is a trigger for doing that.
Yeah, and maybe subdivisions shouldn't be used as much as a trigger to upgrade things. As and luckily we were able to go back to the say the proper, the 108 AA requirements for conditions of resource consent, so that pretty clearly spelt out what could be imposed as a condition, and a lot of them couldn't. So that was, and eventually it was successful, but it took a long time and a lot of emails and a lot of unpaid time to work out what could be imposed as a condition.
Okay.
Just a follow-on question. So, if we keep the same standards that we've had in the operative plan moving into the proposed plan, some of the challenges that we have with land use and development are just going to get worse. Is it not reasonable to have an expectation that if you are doing any type of subdivision or development, that you take another look at these things through whatever lens to make sure that it is fit for future purpose rather than existing purpose? Because if we look at this in the bigger picture, the concern that I have is if we just maintain what we've always had, some of the challenges that we're going to face in the future, we've heard a lot about them in the last few days with climate change and hazards and blah, blah, blah. We're going to have very few tools in the toolbox to mitigate the impacts of them. So is it not reasonable to expect development of a new allotment, whether it's vacant or not, to run your eye over the potential adverse effects of that moving forward?
Yeah, and that's the exact that is a great point, and that's an engineering point as well. Like that's exactly what the engineers say, and it's kind of difficult because they'll say all those things, and just check it, upgrade it. It makes sense, like, and you can't disagree that it makes sense, but it just can't be captured under a subdivision because we're still working under these requirements for conditions of consents under the RMA, and everything's, the district plan is all under the RMA. So yeah, the good thing is where there are shared services, they all need to be checked and CCTV'd, upgraded if necessary. But where you've got these existing houses that could just, if you weren't doing a subdivision, they could carry on as they are, and it's not the mains. That's a whole different story. The upgrades to these are private services, apart from maybe the water lead from the main to the lot boundary. These are privately owned infrastructure, and if 5 years after the subdivision that stormwater, something happened, like it wasn't fit for purpose, it would just get replaced by the applicant doing, but it just can't be captured under the subdivision consent as a condition of consent, because we have these requirements for conditions of consent is all. But it makes complete sense to, we can recommend to people.
So what you're saying is it makes sense, but it can't be done because of the requirements that you pointed to. So if those requirements weren't there, you would have no problem with the wording the way it is.
Sorry, can you?
So you just said it does make sense to check these things, but because of the requirements that you've identified, they can't be imposed,
Mm.
in your opinion.
Yeah.
So if those requirements weren't there and it was allowed to be imposed, you would support it. It would be a good idea.
Well, the requirements of the RMA and the
No,
NBA.
the requirements to not, so what you're arguing, from what I understand, is we can't put, we have to put vacant in there to meet the test. Is that right? So you want vacant put in?
Yeah, I'd prefer to see
Yeah,
vacant
yeah.
because it sort of aligns with
The requirements of the act.
conditions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if those requirements were not that, you would be happy with vacant being left out and all new lots being captured?
Oh, yeah. It
You
would
would?
just, it would
Yeah,
just be, if it didn't make specific reference to the regional standard for water services, May 2019 or 2021. Yeah, and also the wording that provides the level of service, then I probably wouldn't have done a submission.
Mm.
That's-
The only other question I have is you mentioned that an existing dwelling cannot have an adverse effect. Can you provide me with any, not evidence, but any views as to how you landed there?
Yeah, again, just that the existing dwelling, if you weren't doing a subdivision, those services would just carry on as they are for the unforeseeable future. So the subdivision itself, creating the additional lot, which is most likely going to be vacant, that's not going to have an effect on the services providing to the existing dwelling, as long as that existing dwelling stays there. Yeah, and so you can't have an existing dwelling, remove it as part of the subdivision and still retain those services. That would then create a vacant lot.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Sutton.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Cheers. Appreciate it too.
Ms. Caden here. Right, swap places. And we'll just get your presentation up on the screen for us. So just a minute. We've all got printed copies of your presentation too. So.
I'll go through it very quickly.
Okay, thank you.
Should be less than 5 minutes. While we're waiting, subdivision should definitely be used as a trigger to upgrade 3 waters. Not sure if I can add these things in there.
I'm not sure you can, but thank you.
And existing dwellings can definitely have an adverse effect on the environment, but usually councils can't do anything about it if it's a legal stormwater connection. Like into Tyers Stream, there's all these people put their water straight into the stream, and it absolutely has an adverse effect.
While we're waiting, you live within the catchment of the stream?
Yes, yeah. I'm not a stormwater expert, I'm actually a landscape architect.
Okay.
But I have floated around freshwater issues for a very long time.
How accessible is the stream to the general public?
Totally inaccessible. But we can take you in and not say anything and influence opinion. We go in through the industrial estate, through Pouhere Phillips, it's one of the companies there. And you really want someone who knows what they're doing to take you in.
No access from above going down?
Not unless you're into cliff climbing.
Okay.
I've been from above and I've been from popping in our property in Cashmere Ave and jumping in the stream and walking with a bit of trespassing down the waterway. But it's not for the faint-hearted. You can't get all the way through safely. There's a 3-metre waterfall sort of in the middle.
3 meters.
It's significant, and the sides of the valley are really unstable. So, you know, I've climbed up and down in there, and you go one at a time with the other people well out of the way because you're setting down rocks, and it's not sensible. Wellington Water engineers did go through from below, and they got near the waterfall, and they said this is significantly unsafe. And went back.
Is it a natural waterfall or?
Oh, yeah,
concrete?
yeah.
Right.
Once you're in the roof, once you're above, there's a dam in there, a 1907 dam. Once you're in, how do I start it, Jess?
Just gotta use the arrows to go left and right.
Nothing on screen at the moment.
Is that one
Oh, yeah, I've just got to pop
Yeah.
there and then.
So I will,
Okay.
I'm getting feedback from my, anyway, this is obviously from the Tyers Stream Group. The catchment starts on Mount Coco, and you can see, can you see the presentation?
Not yet.
No.
Just about to pop on, I'm sure.
That turned on and there's no light on.
So no, access is really tricky into there, but it's actually, it's quite a neat place and it's quite different from many other places in Wellington. Quite different. And it's got the line of significance to Maori that runs up through most of it, but then doesn't go up to Coco. It goes into a side tributary. And the dam is proposed for listing, 1907, and it's a arched concrete dam that was one of the few examples of a dam built by industry as opposed to councils, and it was for the meat companies and meat refrigeration companies and the tannery. Mr. Tyre was a tanner. He made a horrendous mess apparently of the stream, but he wanted its nice water. So I potted history while we're waiting. It's an interesting place, and the group we're planting above the dam because it's a man-made wetland. So we're putting in a Pouhere hectare forest in there, which would be pretty unusual in Wellington City. So there's your catchment. Mount Coco's up on the top left, just out of the picture. You can see, this is a Greater Wellington map. You can see the yellow's open waterway, and most of it's open until you get down to here, where it's piped under here. That's about 1 kilometre pipe, and there's a big grill where it goes into the pipe.
Where's the dam on?
Dam is just
above there. Okay.
here. And you can see, you almost see there's an open area there. And the lake, original lake, would have been right up through to here.
Did you say that was for the abattoir? Or?
Yeah, there was a tannery and a meatworks. There's a whole history document in the proposed district plan stuff because they're proposing to list the dam as a heritage structure. So there's tons of information in there.
Just a question of clarification, the tannery and the abattoir, is that where Taylor Preston is now, or is it further down where the Tyers Road?
It's down here. It's
Okay, so
it's tucked
well, it wasn't where the current abattoir
No.
is then? Okay, thank you.
And there are some 1950s pictures in that document too, showing. There's quite a lot of, it's quite a complex, even European history in that little area. And I put on this picture because it shows you the scale and it shows you the topography, and you might be able to see the wastewater pipe going across.
How old's that pipe?
That pipe, most of it's 1975. The first pipe was about 1905, and I think there are still bits of it. Every now and again, you come across something that looks very old. But can you see? Yeah. You can see the pipe going across. Yep. So remember that as I talk, the topography, the difficulty of it all. Wellington Water recently told me, a fairly high up person, that there was absolutely no biodiversity value in Wellington urban streams. So I made me realise that maybe everybody doesn't know that there are fish in these streams. Hence the long finial, the banded cockapoo and the koaro and the karora were all taken. Those are fish that were photographed in Tyers Stream. the redfin bully, there's a population in Waitohi Stream, which Tyers Stream goes into, and the common bully, there's a population in one of the tributaries up in Newland. It's a landlocked population. Now that's the same fish they've just put into Zealandia in the reservoir. There's shortfin eels throughout the whole catchment, and there's lots of things you can't see, which pop up on the eDNA testing that we've done, including the little jellyfish and all sorts of stuff. So I suddenly realised maybe everybody doesn't know that all these fish are in there.
Is Tyers Stream landlocked too? Can you get passage to the sea from?
Yes, there are good climbers can. They've got to get up the dam. They've got to get through that pipe. So Koaro can do that. They're really good climbers and they have a good swim ladder. The eels can, banded cockapoo can. The redfin bullies and the common bullies, they don't have swim bladders, so they stick on the floor of the base of the stream, so they can't get up there, but they can be below these structures. So they're in the lower part of the catchment. So yes, yep, they can get right up through, because they're very good climbers. The red is the wastewater pipe, and you can see that it crisscrosses and it follows the stream. In fact, there were two major pipes. There's a second one coming diagonally across down near the industrial estate. Erosion, leaking and very old rusty structures. In both the reports, several reports have said there's no capacity for growth in the current three water infrastructure in that catchment. But probably what's even more worrying is that we eventually persuaded Wellington Water to look at it because the smells were horrendous from the leaks. You couldn't always find them. Like it's very steep-sided and there's erosion and yeah, it's complicated. But they said that it was high risk, which I totally agree with, but also that in the event of failure, it's unlikely pipeline will be able to be repaired, reconstructed or rehabilitated in the existing location due to safe access. And I said to them, well, you know, if it breaks, because it's going to break, what would you do? And he said, oh, we would try to pump, but they'd have to pump from nodes above the, you know, closer to the house in multiple nodes. And he said, oh, if we can't, we'll just tell people to use as little as possible. But it'll be months before you can put a new wastewater pipe. Right. You know, I don't, yeah. And it isn't on their radar to replace because it's 1975 is comparatively new in the overall scheme of things. So yeah, if there was a big break, it would be a real problem. Like little leaks aren't such a problem biodiversity-wise, human health-wise, but and estuary-wise, but not perhaps biodiversity in the stream. But a big break, basically all the oxygen is sucked out of the water and you kill everything. A quick overview of, I'm not going to go through all the things, but they all really relate, they mostly relate to stormwater. We need to reduce the flashiness in that stream. So hard surfaces, the water runs straight off into the stream. It causes significant erosion, but of course it also causes it to dry up because the land isn't acting as a sponge and slowly releasing water. So land use you shouldn't be intensifying urban development without having a fully functional and resilient three water system. The spatial plan had phasing for infill housing and development, and that isn't transferred across as far as we could tell into the district plan. Just by chance, I was actually looking at Hamilton City Council's district plan last night, and they actually have a three water capacity overlay. And that overlay triggers a whole lot of other rules. I was looking at the plan for a totally different reason, but I actually thought that was actually quite, yeah, I was surprised. Hamilton City Council. And what they wanted people to do was to if the stormwater capacity wasn't up to it, they said retention for reuse, so that's grey water, toilets, soakage techniques, and detention and release to a watercourse, detention and gradual release to a stormwater articulation. So they had a whole set of new rules, which I wouldn't have actually expected in Hamilton. I didn't think it would have major stormwater problems, but it has ponding problems apparently. Slight aside, and the system needs some redundancy. Wellington Water and their maintenance, like it's not totally their fault, they don't have the money or the capacity, but the maintenance, it took, it was much more than 6 months for them to properly fix one leak into Tyers Stream. And it was an accessible, we thought it was an accessible leak, and it was dripping straight into the water and running at times, pressure built up. And they had to cut this wee track through the bush to put this epoxy type thing on to try and stop the leak. 6 months. So there needs to be some redundancy. But I suppose the key thing is that all development that increases hard surfaces needs to mandate a neutral or lesser stormwater runoff compared to pre-development. Like I said, it's harvesting and later release, reusing for grey water. There are ways to do it. Wellington's trickier because of the topography, but you can still do it. And probably the final thing I'll mention is piping. It is crazy to pipe streams unless it's a short distance to get yourself under a road. And there are things called bridges rather than piping. People talk about daylighting pipes and you go and pipe more things. It's crazy. It's expensive. They always block. And it's very hard to build in that redundancy for climate change and big floods. The other thing piping does is it separates people from their streams. I would say most people in Kandala don't know Tyers Stream exists. And that's enough for me. Sorry, I haven't even, yeah, no, I have finished that. Yep, that's enough.
Just a quick question. So is Tyers Stream primarily or totally on private land, is it?
No, that's the reserve, Tyers Stream Reserve.
Can you show us that?
Basically this.
So all of that is
council. You can see the boundary actually. Yeah. Includes this wee bit and around here.
But you can't get to it.
We come in, there is a track. We used to come in through here and there's a track sort of around here up to the dam, just to the dam. There's been really big slips on that track. And this is private anyway. We come in through these people. Let us have a key to the gate here. We come in and get to the grill. Wellington will go there every month. Climb up onto the track, which takes you up into here. And from there on, it's there's no tracks or parts or walkways. So no, you can't get in there, but I have been trying to persuade the council to put some signage, because occasionally it does hit other roads. It's nearish, it's cliff-like, but it does hit them. And so can't you put a sign that says Tyers Stream Reserve, no dumping? Because people dump in all the time, and they said, well, no, because that will imply that there's access in there. And I said, well, you know, national parks and reserves and things are always signposted, and it doesn't mean that there's a track when it says it in Arthur's Pass National Park. But I haven't yet persuaded them that, you know, labelling these things gives them value. It needs a new name, but that's another issue. Mr. Tyler, promoted it significantly. But for the moment, it's Tyers.
It's a significant area for Taonga, I think. Up there,
I'm not sure about up in the valley, but certainly the lower bit, yes, be absolutely full of tuna. And And probably right up, because,
Because they did gardening further up there too.
yeah. Like, it'd be nice if there was access, but it's not straightforward. I did have a chat to Tyers, Brian Phillips, saying, well, when you redevelop, because their buildings are earthquake prone, you know, can we get access through, you know, the edge of your lot? And he said, well, no, it's too small anyway.
Questions?
Just one. It's obviously part of Tyers reserve itself. There's a reserves management plan which applies.
It's a general one that covers, I
The
think
northern
it's
suburbs.
Homebush Park and a few
But
others.
does it have any particular paragraphs on management, public access, any existing deficiencies in terms of stormwater management, wastewater? or
As
anything
far
like
as I
that?
know, no, I haven't looked at it for a while, but no, it's
You know, because it's a council asset, it seems to me there is some statements about how it will be managed into the future in terms of its.
there are, but they're more about weeds, and it's got some pre-1840 forest in there. So it's more about weed control and biodiversity.
I thought there was some goats in there as well that they need to manage every now and again.
I don't know. They didn't turn up in the DNA, so probably not in that catchment.
Yeah, it appears to me there's various different limbs to the issue of Tyers Reserve and its management going forward. And probably a smallish part is the district plan.
The big issue is stormwater in that reserve. It's bigger than weeds and pests and access and everything else. The big problem is stormwater. It's the flashiness, the fact it rises really quickly. Kundara's had a lot of infill housing. I've lived in Wellington for 8 years, and in that time there's been significant infill housing. And I think in my last presentation to the group, I talked about Kim Street, and that little part of the tributary is a total and utter mess, and it's the line of significance. Up here, Kim Street, and you can walk to the end of the road, which is about here, and you can see the mess. And the council owns a strip of land running up there, so you can legally walk up there. It's a really, really good example of infill housing, hard surfaces, and you don't need anyone to take you there. Drive up Kim Street and put your decent tramping boots on. And in our submission, there's some pictures, and in my previous talking about the line of significance, you remember perhaps, I showed some pictures, so they're in your system somewhere, from maybe Stream 2, whatever, Heritage Stream 3. Oh, there's track, sorry. That would be worth, I think that would be worth a look, and look, it wouldn't take long. And we can take you into Tyers Stream, but I suggest you go, I can take you in, or we'll get the ranger to take you in. And I'd organise a key through Friar Phillips, or organise with them that you go through. We try to be super polite and considerate, because they can say no. And apart from Wellington Water, we're one of the few groups they let through. Other people have asked, a Hut Tramping Club asked, and they said no. They were sick of people wandering through. There used to be a geocache up there, and they said it drove them nutty. It was unsafe because they had machinery and things. So.
Thank you for that. One quick question as well. One of the challenges, there's a whole lot in here. And what I mean by that is there's some really broad changes that you're seeking. And one of the challenges we have is if we look at a particular area like Tyers Stream as an example, and then make changes to a plan that applies everywhere.
Needs to.
So not just Tyers Stream. Coming to your example of the pipe that you think is, you know, going to fail at some point. If Three Waters infrastructure must be resilient and have the capacity for upgrades and be resilient, is what you're saying is if that pipe stays like it is, don't allow any development?
Yep, I am. Or at the very least, have a particular plan for that pipe when it fails, because it will fail. There are slips in there all the time. It will fail. So, you know, at least have a proper plan and not this vague, oh, we'll find some the nodes and we'll pump. Like they actually got me to show them where the actual pipe was, because that plan was so inaccurate when they were going through. And I said, well, where does it actually go? You know, really, did they not know about their own infrastructure a little bit? So it's, yeah, I would say don't put anything else into that pipe until you are sure that it's not going to cause a ton of sewage to go into the harbour for months, would be my, and manage the stormwater. Like if it doesn't break, pipe's not a major problem at the moment. Yes, it's a bit obnoxious and it stinks and you know there's sewage in there, but compared to the stormwater, it's not as bad. The drinking water is another problem because the main bursts and it puts cubic metres of clay and muck into the stream until they manage to turn it off. So it's another problem.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Kennedy. Very interesting.
And ask if you want a trip.
Club, I think. No, we don't have Mr. Club. Okay, so we might just adjourn the hearing for.
Oh, okay. No.
Nobody? Okay, right. We'll take a break. We'll adjourn the hearing until 11 o'clock. Thanks.
When are you talking? Oh, Strathmore Park's at 11 and then on Guardian's Bays and then there's Events Force, which I can. And then
Good morning, everybody. Hearing Stream 5 has been reconvened, and we have before us Glenn Kingston on behalf of the Strathmore Park Residents Association. Welcome. We've got your pre-circulated notes from just not yesterday, actually. So thank you for that. But we would welcome you to talk through your notes, because not all of us have had time to read them.
Okay.
And just highlight the key points you want to make to us. That'd be, and any questions afterwards, you'll be happy to answer.
Yes, sure.
Okay, so the floor is all yours.
So I presume I can skip over the references.
Sure.
They're listed here, so I won't labour those. Yeah. Thank you. Well, good morning, commissioners, officers, and other attendees. I'm Glenn Kingston. I've been a local resident since 1970. And currently treasurer of the Strathmore Park Residents Association. Our association has existed since 1944 as an incorporated society, and we've taken part in most of the significant suburban developments since that time, affecting our suburb. And I've been an officer since 1978. It's time I've stopped. I also served for 6 years as an Eastern Side residents representative on the Noise Management Committee from its first establishment in 2001. It did operate as an unofficial committee before that, but I wasn't on it. That's when I joined. We've made several points, and I'm just going to talk about noise issues, obviously, today. We have shifted some ground from our original submissions, and I've also attempted to improve clarity of our submissions, having read the S42A report dated 3rd of July. Our first point is about definitions of inner and outer noise overlay and conditions therein. We support the use of those terms, and we also support the clarifications recommended by the Section 42A report. They correct the noise limit ranges, and also the definitions, I think, make a lot more sense. Most of my submission will be about the outer noise overlay, outer air noise overlay. Our association had originally requested an outer noise area to be established, and our main purpose was to include mandatory noise mitigation measures to be applied to existing residences which experience the 60 dB or greater outdoor noise levels at their property. The council took a different approach, and they rejected any concept, or seemed to have rejected any concept of noise mitigation by the emitter, and instead they've applied the full weight of their proposals to mitigate reverse sensitivity by requiring property owners as receivers to apply noise insulation and or ventilation at their cost to all new residences or extension to any residence within the modelled air noise overlay. And the modelled overlay was based on a 2050 forecast supplied by the airport. We disagree with the omission of the responsibility of the emitter to mitigate noise for existing residents, and we also disagree with the extreme extent of the footprint of the proposed outer noise overlay. As quoted in the S42A, there are to be, there's more at the moment, 496 existing residences within the inner air noise overlay, and there's currently 1,282 listed in the PDP within the 2050 outer air noise overlay. That's a large amount. From the PDP, our association notes from the introduction of noise, Chapter 15, Section 16 of the RMA imposes a duty to avoid unreasonable noise by adopting the best practicable option, regardless of whether the activity complies with the standard or rule. Section 17 of the RMA further imposes a general duty to avoid, remedy or mitigate adverse noise effects. The Section 42A report also states under a heading at paragraph 36A, the heading equity, that emitters and receivers of noise have shared responsibilities in relation to the noise environment. Section 16 of the Act places an obligation on emitters to adopt the best practical option. to ensure that the emission of noise does not exceed a reasonable level. In the outer noise overlay, we believe that the PDP provisions are entirely in favour of the emitter. In our view, a best practical option for the noise emitter is to include noise treatment to existing residences within the outer noise overlay, particularly those which are experiencing or likely to experience 60 dB LDN or more at their property. This option is currently mandated to apply to the inner noise overlay for properties which may experience 65 dB or more, and is thus proven to be practicable. Our offered proposal was to trigger existing residents' noise mitigation measures on a model 60 dB actual noise exposure overlay based on measured levels at the 65 dB monitoring points for the air noise boundary. Alternatively, this overlay could be established by a shorter term forecast, say 1 year, which would take account of many variables in the 2050 forecast, such as uncertainty to the future of airline travel, climate change regulations, introduction of wide-bodied jet aircraft in Wellington, and introduction of quieter and or electric engined aircraft, which should be the majority of the aircraft because they're domestic. By way of precedent, we find a recent plan document applying to Auckland Airport, including rules for the new northern runway, is the Auckland Supercity Unitary Plan Operative 2016. This plan uses the 6805/92 standard for measurement purposes, but sets lower exposure levels in an area defined in the plan as the Moderate Aircraft Noise Area, MANA, which qualify homeowners for subsidised ventilation, heating and kitchen range hood provision. The Auckland Airport noise bands covered for full subsidised noise treatment extends to the 65 dB boundary, and a 75% subsidised treatment package is available for residences located within a band extending out to the 60 dB level, which is the MANA as above. And also relevant here, there's a 58.5 dB for special circumstances arising from the newly consented northern runway. The Auckland noise level boundaries are based on historic microphone measurements as per NZ 6805, extrapolated to cover noise levels expected to be reached just in the following year, and further manipulated to represent the footprint of nominated band boundaries. The New Zealand standard has continued to be adopted in Auckland, but the allowable noise levels have been reduced to more reasonably match public health criteria and expectations. By these measures, the uncertainties of long-term noise forecasting are minimised. Mitigation measures are applied only to those existing residences proven to experience noise levels of 60 dB or greater. And similarly, the owner's mitigation building rules are applied in a more nuanced timeline, which also ensures that expense is not borne unnecessarily by owners of residences which may never experience 60 dB noise level. Even the recommendation is Section 42 report acknowledges in paragraph 169, for additional context, we note individual aircraft types have become less noisy over time, and I can confirm that as a local resident. And this trend will likely continue as technology progresses. The A and B is the operative district plan. In the operative district plan was established in 1990s, when many aircraft were noisier than today. We commend the Auckland Unitary Plan approach and recommend that this be applied in the Wellington District Plan for specifying the extent of the outer noise overlay and the rules within. Our point 3 was a time limit for the application of the mitigation measures for existing residences within the inner air noise overlay. We submitted that a time limit should be set for the completion of the Quieter Homes program to existing residences located within the inner air noise overlay. The concept was set down as a study item for the formal Air Noise Management Committee operative in 2001, which I joined. The noise bands were defined and verified within the inner air noise overlay. By 2012, all residential owners within the air noise overlay were notified of their eligibility for insulation and ventilation and the conditions for their offer. The matching press release stated that completion would be within 10 years for around the 650 notified residences. Now, almost 12 years later, which is 23 years from the concept, only a portion of residences have been treated. And we understand that none in our suburb, which happen to all be close to the in-laws boundary. I think there's about 13, maybe 20. We consider that a time limit should now be set within the proposed district plan or within the district plan for completion of this work. Similarly, on the assumption that our above concept of quieter homes program within the outer noise overlay is accepted, we submitted that a time limit be also set for noise mitigation in that area for those residences exceeding the 60 dB noise level located within the outer air noise overlay. Point number 4 was just a support for the recommendation to not permit the airport to be an affected party for noise sensitive resource consent applications within the outer noise overlay. We believe that a lot of activities in the outer noise overlay, a lot of building and so on, is to do with community buildings and so on, and we don't believe that the airport should take part as an affected party putting pressure on owners. Our fifth and last point is the just supporting a paragraph that's in there that the quieter homes treatment be offered to the listed residences. That's for the eastern side area. There's a specific list of residences which would be affected by operations in the eastern side area when they commence. But the current proposed plan says that the timing of the mitigation measures should be prior to the commencement of the construction phase, rather than what was in the draft was prior to the commencement of aircraft operating in that area. So we support the existing proposed district plan. Thank you for providing the opportunity for our association to debate. And that's all I have to say at the moment.
All right, thank you. And I do note that in terms of point 3, that the section 42A report didn't refer to your submission point on that topic. Under, yeah.
3.
So I'm just flagging that in terms of for the
But
section 42A report writer to.
It wasn't mentioned.
Yeah.
I think I did find last evening there is actually a spreadsheet which goes presumably part of the 42 because it's dated 3rd of July.
Right.
And in that spreadsheet, every submission that we made is acknowledged. And there was a short thing, it just wasn't in the text.
Okay, right.
42. So I think we've been given, yeah, I think it was actually covered. And I think there was some, maybe we were confused about section 6. It said section 6 was out of scope. Is that the part where they just have the prescription for building requirements, I think. Accept that. Yeah, so I think it was acknowledged. And of course, Guardians of the Bays were acknowledged on the same point anyway. So, yeah.
I am interested in your reference to the Auckland Unitary Plan, because the district plan can't require a landowner or a third party to compensate somebody else or do something, you know, like you're suggesting here. So I don't know the exact mechanics of how the unitary plan works. I can understand if it's a condition of designation there with some provisos, but you know, the district plan can't require, say, you to do something on someone else's property. So we probably need a bit more information around that particular, how that works, the mechanics of it. Okay.
We took it that a unitary plan is equivalent to a district plan.
Yes, it is. It is. It's a combined regional and district plan. But the controls, yeah, the controls around noise are a district plan matter. So you're quite right.
But as far as I know, in the unitary plan for Auckland, there is special rules about the northern runway. I don't even know if it's built yet, but it's been approved. But it seems that in the unitary plan, the 60 dB mana area applies to the entire airport. As far as I know, that rule about using a 1 year forecast applied to the entire area.
Okay, we might get more information on that.
I guess having read the spreadsheet, I am a bit uncertain now as to whether that applied to the building requirements for new buildings or whether it just applied to the mitigation measures.
Right.
So maybe I should reread.
Okay.
Yeah.
You happy to answer any questions from the panel on your points?
Any further questions?
Yeah, well, right now.
Yeah, sure.
Any
Oh, sorry. Yes.
Yeah, that's all right. Questions? Yeah.
Oh, just one very quick question from me. Thank you very much for your evidence. If I'm to understand correctly, what you're seeking is for existing buildings that may have been built after the establishment of the airport to be covered by provisions that require the airport to undertake some sort of mitigation for noise if it meets that level, that test.
Well, it will be true in the outer noise area.
Yeah.
If new buildings have been built in the inner noise area, then they would have had to abide by the building rules for that, which includes noise installation and so on. So yes, there wouldn't be a great deal of new buildings, new residential buildings in the outer noise area. It's starting to build now with particularly Taonga, demolishing a number of buildings and rebuilding. So those would apply in some of the areas of the outer noise area.
Yeah. So just to be clear, you're talking about existing as well as new.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Which is the case for the inner noise area, the mitigation measures for the now 495 houses. It's taken a long time to do that, and my last information was only about 130, 140 completed after 12 years after notification, which seems an awful long time.
Thank you.
I think other submitters have also asked for time limits. Yeah.
I don't have any further questions, so thank you very much for attending.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it.
Thanks. Yes, I'm quite pleased with the process. My emails and so on has worked out very well. There's a lot of reading.
Oh, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next submitter is Ms. Weeber on behalf of Guardians of the Bay. Bays? Is it?
Bays.
Bays or Bay?
The even Bay and Light.
Right.
Bays.
Bays.
Yeah.
I'll get that right. Thank you. So we've got your pre-circulated.
Okay.
Yeah, you know the trick with microphones by now.
The microphone's on, so let's keep going. Yes,
So how would you like to approach this, Ms. Weaver? You've got written notes and you've got the presentation itself.
And the presentations are the slots at a certain point.
Okay, I'll leave it in your hand.
Yeah, so we'll go from there, I think. So it's not the presentation for hey, this is information that you might want to consider. Some photos and things. So yeah. My name's Yvonne Weeber. I'm Chair of the Guardians of the Bays. Well, thank you for being able to speak to you today, and also just like to say how good it is that the technical side of things in relationship to the whole hearing sort of working. Guardians of the Bays is an incorporated society, represents concerned citizens, Wellington residents working to reduce adverse effects that arise from Wellington Airport.
and primarily that's on the land surrounding the airport, which is made up of predominantly pre-existing residential neighbourhoods and the sea on either side of the airport runway. So that's Long Bay.
Could you speak to the microphone? But I don't think they'll be able to hear you.
So that's, yeah, that's better. You want the echo effect. Okay? So that's Long Bay and Evans Bay. Guardians of the Bay's objectives are to reduce the adverse effects that arise from Wellington Airport, including proposed runway extensions, expansions, increased aircraft and land transport movement, and other related activities on the environment. The adverse effects may include, but are not limited to, coastal reclamation, emissions, noise, stormwater, reduction of visual and landscape amenity, and neighbourhood disruption. In June 2022, Guardians of the Bays was part of a mediated environment court agreement for the conditions of the main site area designation, east side area designation, which is the expansion of Wellington Airport onto the southern section of Miramar Golf Course, and those two designations in relationship to Wellington Airport. Guardians of the Bays made a submission and further submissions on the proposed district plan. This statement relates to particular Stream 5, noise, both inner and outer overlays, designation chapter, subdivision chapter, natural hazards and coastal hazards. So it's more to do with noise and the hazard side of things.
Yeah, and just sorry, on that B point, the designations will be heard in a much later thing, so you realise that, don't you?
Yeah. And also there's an airport zone as well. So yeah. We'll be here for those.
Yeah, that's good. That's great. Thank you.
Guardians of the Bays have reviewed as many documents as we could in relationship to this, and including the Section 42 a analysis report from Wellington City Council, any appendices and other expert evidence, and tried to look at rebuttal statements and relevant submitted statements as well. So I've actually been able to watch as much of the hearing as I can in relationship to it as well. Guardians of the Bays primarily agrees with Wellington City Council Section 42 analysis, and also the main issues are the airport noise in relationship to reverse sensitivity, the relationship between the designation conditions and standards of the noise chapter, acoustic insulation and ventilation in relationship to the airport. So we generally support Wellington City Council's recommendations. However, we have concerns about changes proposed and how they will affect the local community in future, and understanding the district plan in relationship to the airport's designations. So this will affect particularly how the community can make noise complaints, and also probably further that in relationship to either working with the council or making its own environment court proceedings or whatever. The noise caused by Wellington Airport comes from aircraft. It's the parking, the taxiing and the takeoff and landing. The noises have significant negative effects on the residents in the eastern suburbs, but the community who live around Wellington Airport have had to deal with noise throughout the day and a large amount of the night. Guardians of the Bays questions the ongoing use of Section New Zealand Standard 6805, which is a 1992 document on airport noise and management and land use planning. These standards are now 30 years old. Land use planning has and is about to undergo radical change. The community health and amenity values affected by noise are better understood. We realise that it's not the panel that has to write new standards, but something should be done to update these standards, and also consider other reports such as the 2018 World Health Organization Environment Noise Guidelines for European region. They strongly, these World Health Organization statement recommend reduced noise levels produced by aircraft to a level of 45 dB LDN during the day and 40 LBDL at night. So it's just sort of the question of constantly using these standards, which are so old, is a constant question that Guardians of the Bays has. The World Health Organization report strongly recommends airport noise reductions due to the adverse health and sleep effects of the community. Health impacts of airport noise include cardiovascular disease, hypertension, stroke, child blood pressure, annoyance, cognitive impairment, hearing impairment, tinnitus, and sleep disturbance. These are all issues that need to be considered when looking at noise created by Wellington Airport. So I'd just like to talk about reverse sensitivity. Wellington Airport was constructed in the 1950s within the urban form of an existing residential community. The residential buildings are in many cases up to, well, they're probably 90 years old, built primarily in the 1930s in an area that surrounds the airport. So those sort of buildings need ongoing maintenance, retrofitting and management, or they need to be redeveloped. Guardians of the Bays is neutral on urban intensification, but we do know that new residential development as opposed to urban intensification around Wellington Airport would have many positive benefits of improving the existing residential buildings with better noise and thermal insulation, orientation, indoor layout and facilities, creating a win-win for the community and the Wellington Airport. Stifling new residential development, especially within the outer noise area, will however result in persistence of old residential buildings that are not fit for purpose and ultimately airport blight. Guardians of the Bays was one of the few local community groups, I'm just reading off cuff here, that when the draft plan was coming out, actually talked to councillors and council officers about what they were going to do in relationship to what happens in the area around the airport, and that it wasn't just all about urban intensification. And normally we got sort of blank stares from the councillors and the council officers because they hadn't actually considered the implications of what noise in the airport would do in relationship to intensification. The current noise constraints on the operations of Wellington Airport are imposed because of the detrimental effects of aircraft noise on the surrounding residential community. The operational constraints allow Wellington Airport and the surrounding community to live together. Guardians of the Bays is not dismissive of reverse sensitivity issues that Wellington Airport face. However, the use of the community pressure to reduce noise created by Wellington Airport, as detailed in some of the rebuttal evidence, such as Kirsty Sullivan's evidence, is misleading. The community has objected vocally, persistently, and through the courts to reduce negative noise effects of Wellington Airport since the first jet engines flights of 1970s. This is not a new issue. This is a 50-year-old issue. Noise complaints and any increase in noise complaints should not be seen as a negative by Wellington International Airport, but a positive that community is aware and cognizant of the airport's operations and how they affect them. There's constant reference in relationship to that, in relationship to Wellington Airport being a special case. So Wellington Airport is definitely not Whenuapai Airport or Queenstown Airport. Comparisons with past court cases of these airports is misleading and do not provide a true picture of a long history, unique nature and ongoing development of the noise issues and planning controls of Wellington Airport. Curfews on airport operations surrounded by residential communities are not a negative aspect of planning. They're actually a positive as they allow the airport to exist within our residential community. However, due to the health issues of disturbed sleep from airport noise, many international airports have longer curfew periods than Wellington Airport. And I think that's even listed on some of the evidence from the airport itself. Or was that brands? Guardians of the Bays supports a Quiet Homes program. However, like Strathmore Park Residents Association, we would like the houses within the air noise overlay, air noise boundary to occur faster. Guardians of the Bays welcomes and encourages ongoing reduction of airplane noise, as has occurred since 1971 with improved aircraft engineering and future management of planes when parking and taxiing at the aircraft terminal. And the ESA, which I know is part of the designation, has quite a specific lot of conditions in relationship to how the when the planes come in, they basically have a limited time that they can actually have their APUs generating the noise. They actually, with a new terminal, we locked into a system where air ventilation and electrical connections will occur through the airport terminal itself. So yeah, we look forward to that happening. Guardians of the Bay supports the Air Noise Management Committee, but however, we would support the airport company having regular open days, similar to the ones discussed for Queenstown Airport and Kirstio Sutherland's rebuttal evidence, where the community can come and talk to the airport about the concerns of aeroplanes parking, taxiing, takeoff and landing, and noise activities such as bird control. So in relationship to the noise chapter, Guardians of the Bay supports the tidying up of the definitions of the air noise boundary and air noise overlays outer and inner. It is important in defining the affected properties in the district plan to make it clearer the distinction between the overlays and the boundary, and retaining the air noise boundary and air noise overlays is important in the community understanding where these boundaries lie on the land. Guardians of the Bay supports a written explanation and references of the outer air noise overlay and air noise boundary, and we like the way it's explained in words in relationship to the introduction of the airport zone chapter, paragraph 5. Guardians of the Bay supports information and introduction in the noise chapter on restrictions of development and need for acoustic insulation and ventilation standards and noise sensitive activities. I think it's important that people know if they're going to develop in these areas what they need to do. Guardians of the Bay recognises the reverse sensitivity issues at the airport. However, the burden to the community of extended this affected party status beyond the inner noise overlay would appear considerable. I'm just thinking in relationship to uncertainty, increased costs and pressure that might occur on local residents in relationship to resource consent and the extra time of something having Wellington International Airport as an affected party. We agree with Wellington City Council that sinking restrictions on urban development due to aircraft noise within an already existing urban residential area will lead to considerable detrimental effects and could lead to airport blight, where little or no redevelopment takes place in existing old, in some cases Victorian, but probably more like 1930s residential buildings will deteriorate. Guardians of the Bay are concerned that no one in the outer noise overlay, the residents of Roseneath, well, it's Haitaitai, Kilburnie, Rongotai, Mirama South and Pouhere and Strathmore Park residents probably actually knows what is being proposed by Wellington International Airport in their submission. Probably the Strathmore Park residents in Kaingaora probably do, so that's, yeah, it's probably these that I've listed here. The proposed changes are considerably different to the proposed district plan and considerably more restrictive in relationship to having the airport as an affected party. And that work. Guardians of the Bay believes that Wellington City Council proposed inclusion of Wellington International Airport being considered an affected party for applications just within the inner noise overlay is a good compromise to the Wellington City reverse sensitivity issue. Guardians of the Bay supports the design requirements of noise S4 and S5, where we are aware of Wheeler's view that these standards could result in greater construction costs. We support an improved internal residential environment and the quality of reduced noise this will create in the eastern suburbs in the future. We also support providing clarity on the ventilation requirements on the habitable rooms, and we do not support the removal of bottom line limits and controls of designation conditions from the proposed district plan. So this is an important one in relationship to the removal of the east side precinct aircraft operations and operations of auxiliary power units, APUs, and the noise due to an airport east side precinct from the proposed district plan. The operation of the APUs and the reduction of the APUs in the airplanes is complex and it's difficult for many to understand. However, control of the noise is very important to the Strathmore Park community. So I'd have to say that having listened to some of the evidence, it's all about the fact that if non-compliance occurs, how does the local community actually force compliance in relationship to the east side designation is going to be an interesting one. And the noise effects of the APUs is considerable, and most people find, you know, aircraft takeoff and landing is really noisy, but the APU's noise is incredibly, it's frustrating, and it's often the thing that people complain about quite a lot. We agree with John Stiles' evidence for Kaingaora that having noise limits and defined controls in the district plan and designation conditions aids the community who live with the noise and make noise complaints in understanding how the planning provisions work. It's complex, and having then things buried in the designation and out of the district plan does create confusion within the community. This is not a positive for the community and makes the community seem very powerless. The district plan, especially if you have to go to the Environment Court and you can't actually go directly to the council to make a complaint in relationship to trying to get compliance. I mean, the complaints go to the airport, but what happens if they're not doing stuff? The district plan needs to provide a pathway for everyone to understand how it works and how all parts work with designations. So if the panel decides to remove the designations conditions from the east side precinct from the proposed district plan, including operations of APUs and the residential noise mitigation, then we ask that the reference is given to the designation directly from the district plan. At least this allows the community to know where and how to find noise control matters in relationship to the east side precinct. Just finally, in relation to that, Guardians of the Bays accept that bird control is required and is an aspect of aircraft safety, and this should comply with the air noise management plan. However, it's an ongoing concern to the community, and we would suggest that Wellington International Airport keeps talking to the local community about their bird management control. I'd like at this point to go and have a look at these slides I've got. I probably did these to talk to you about the type of housing that's in the outer noise overlay. So Rongotai Road and Kemp Street, the houses that are in that block are all 180 houses were moved from the Rongotai Terrace when the airport was constructed, and these are the houses from that terrace that were moved onto this section. These are relocated houses on reclaimed land. They're larger block sizes than most of the rest of the area in Rongotai Isthmus, and it's in these houses that there is quite a lot of redevelopment occurring because of that larger block size. You can actually do it existing at the moment. So this is potentially the area, and these are in the outer noise overlay area. The other is Cook Street. There's a number of houses that were not in the inner but are now captured in the outer noise overlay. There's primarily 1930s sort of houses, including the one on with the green roof there, which is my old parents' house. Of note, a number of these houses in this area have already been double glazed. It's just part of the redevelopment of these houses at the moment. The Miramar South area is a mix again of older 1930s and some newer houses and some redeveloped houses as well. of interest, I know that Park Road was mentioned in relationship to hazards area, and Park Road is in the outer noise overlay as well. So not only do you have a flood hazard, some it's flood hazards, but you also have noise overlay in that area. I think that was brought up in relationship to development. This is sort of more residential houses, a bigger mix. So on the hill ridge down from Pouhere, there's quite a extensive redevelopment of houses that have just recently gone in as well. So potentially this is quite a big area that could be redeveloped as well. Pouhere is probably the biggest mix of types of houses that you've got, and the fact that you've got 2 or 3 big apartment blocks, and then you've also got townhouses, and you've got sort of old housing stock as well. So it's quite a mixed development in Pouhere that is affected by the outer noise overlay. In the Haitaira area, you've got a mix of newer houses. Some of these will have to be redeveloped because they're probably leaky homes and monoclastic with no eaves or anything. Potentially these will have to be redeveloped in the future. And then you've got some of the sort of mix of older and newer houses in the Haitaira side of things. Strathmore Park residents, the houses, you've got Bunkerway, newer housing, and also you've got the sort of older Kainga Ora housing on a number of streets directly adjoining to the Miramar Golf Course. And you just can see that they're large block sizes, so they're prime redevelopment sites as well. Natural hazards. Guardians of Base supports the use of natural hazard mapping being embedded in the district plan with the retention of liquefaction hazards overlays and flooding and inundation areas, especially on Wellington Airport. These overlays are important as they create total picture of what could occur and a reflection of the geology, reclamation and water catchment of the area. Guardians of the Bay's notes in relation to liquefaction hazard overlay that Wellington Airport is built on a variety of substrates, including reclaimed land. The majority of the airport was constructed in the 1950s, and as past earthquakes throughout the country and the world have shown, old engineering substrates are prone to liquefaction. Guardians of the Bay's notes in relationship to the flooding and inundation at the airport has one major stormwater pipe that connects to quite a large catchment in Strathmore Park, and it goes directly under the airport into Lyell Bay. If this pipe has overcapacity flow or is blocked in any way, Wellington Airport will flood, or potentially the surrounding area will flood. Blockages could be more. Blockages occur with what is coming down the catchment or with climate change effects of higher sea levels and higher groundwater tables. Guardians of the Base is concerned, one of the things that we're concerned about and still muddled in our minds is what is natural hazard mitigation works that are that Wellington Airport can undertake within the natural hazard overlay. A lot of it relates to the seawall along the Lyell Bay, next to Lyell Bay, and what natural hazard mitigation works are actually going to mean. Guardians of the Base supports the inclusion of storm surges and storm events in the introduction of the coastal hazard chapter, and in general the approach that Wellington City Council takes in relationship to coastal objectives, policies and roles.
Thank you. You indicated your parents' previous house on one of those photos. Can I just ask your own personal relationship with the airport? What's your history?
I've got a personal submission coming up.
Oh, okay.
I'm quite happy to talk about that perhaps then. Yeah.
I'll actually just that stormwater pipe you talked about from Strathmore Park, where does it exit into Lyle Bay?
It exits, if you look at the corner of Lyle Bay.
All right. Oh, yeah, okay. I think I know what you mean now.
So if you go there, it's quite a considerable, I think it's two big pipes, very big pipes. The biggest issue to Lyle Bay is what the flushing out of that water does at that point, because it's at that point that you get a lot of erosion. And if you look at the other end of the bay that hasn't got those big pipes, you would naturally expect to have some sort of formation of the crescent again, but it's not happening, potentially because of those stormwater pipes that are pushing out water at that point. So I know it is, I've seen one report that talked about how that was quite a detrimental effect to the bay and the, but that's another story. That's not really the airport or noise, but it is coastal sort of side of things that, yeah.
Thank you.
Something that needs to be looked at.
You say that you know new residential development. We do know that new residential development, as opposed to urban intensification, has many positive benefits. So you're talking there about the redeveloping existing houses,
Yeah.
either rebuilding them,
Yeah.
or whatever.
Yeah.
Right. Rather than swathes of new residential
Yeah.
development in the
Yeah.
area, you're
Yeah.
talking about the sort of
Yeah.
regeneration.
Yeah, and I mean, I think we have to, we haven't made a decision on that or anything, so that's why we're neutral on it. But if you look at some of the other areas, Miramar and Lyle Bay, as you go out from the airport, that seems to be what is happening, well, especially in Lyle Bay. Older houses are being demolished and a newer, bigger one is being put in. And one has to consider that if you increase, if you can put 3 units on, you're probably going to be able to put a really substantial large house on as well, and that seems to be what is happening in Lyle Bay. You're not getting intensification of additional residences, you're getting an extra large house being put in the place. So, yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. Questions from Ms. Weaver?
In your paragraph 413, you talk about bird control. It doesn't comply with the air noise management plan.
It comes in that. It is in the air noise management plan. But it's interesting. Bird control is one of the things that any new person that comes to live in the area that's affected by the airport noise. It's not the planes taking off. It's like, what was that gunshot? What's going on? It's the idea that they have to control the birds and how they control it is sort of like kind of interesting.
But it's within the management plan. They're not doing something else.
No, they're
it's
not.
Just that you said it should comply, so I thought, oh, perhaps it's.
Okay, no,
but it does. It does.
It shouldn't comply. Yeah.
It's more about people understanding what.
Yeah, and I think it's potentially the airport continuing those conversations with the community as well, so they actually understand, how the community reacts to it.
But yeah, you're on the management.
No, I'm not on the management committee. No.
So, how do you have conversations with the airport?
We've been.
Is it a CRG or?
Well, we've sort of had a few conversations with. Yeah, it's a.
There isn't a formal group set up, but you actually have. I thought there was a CRG or CRG.
No, it's not a formal group.
Do the Guardians have any representative on the air noise?
Yes, we do, and we have a past member as well. So.
Oh, you are. Sorry.
Yeah, me personally, I'm not. But sorry, the group does have one member, and well, no, we have an executive member. Jeff Ware is on it, and also a member of our committee as well.
But that's
so,
your way into these conversations.
Yeah, and we've had a number of conversations in relationship to the recently announced Wellington WLG Community and Environment Fund, which was part of the mediated decision as well. So,
What's that?
there's a community and environment fund that's just been announced, and that is the fund will be run by 3 trustees, and one of the trustees is from the local community, and that person is from Strathmore Park Residents Association. So one of the trustees on that fund. So I think, yeah.
Thank you for that. Just one question from me. You state in the evidence that you generally support the council's recommendation in the 42A. Looking at your submission and then looking at the matters that you've raised in your speaking notes, it would be useful to be able to have a table or something where the matters, so if there was some way to say these issues have been addressed and these aren't, would help us kind of reconcile, if that makes sense, because it's hard to understand. Like, as an example, if we take airport noise in relation to reverse sensitivity, it's hard to understand which issues around the reverse sensitivity provisions are still a concern and which you agree with the 42A report right on. So I suppose the easiest way is to, if you went through the submission that you put in about the issues that you have, and just even just as simple as identifying that issue has now been addressed by the recommendation of the 42A report writer, would be a really useful thing, so that we understand what the outstanding issues are and can reconcile those. If that's doable, if not, then we can.
Well, I think the one outstanding issue is the east side area not being in the district plan, rather than parking it into only a designation, and what that means in relationship to being able to deal with complaints and things like that. So I think that is the substantial.
Okay.
Doing any table or anything, I think that's the most substantial thing.
Yeah.
In relationship to it, and then supportive of Strathmore Park Residents Association in relationship to that too. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, to pick up on that question, because I was going to ask you, because you're aware that the Section 42A report also is recommending removal of quite a few of those conditions as district plan rules.
Yeah.
And so that you're largely in agreement with those, except in relation to what you just talked about with the eastern side. Requirements. Yeah. And did you heard my question earlier around the ability of a district plan to impose things like requiring the airport to compensate or subsidise?
Yeah, I know that's something that that's quite different. Yeah, relationship to it. Yeah.
Okay. And were you online to listen to the discussion we had with Mr. Hunt and Mr. Ashby on Tuesday morning? Just the general the big picture issue.
Yeah.
About, I think everyone agreed that there's a need for the airport to live with the residents of the area and vice versa. Is finding that happy compromise in terms of an acceptable quantum of redevelopment and intensification. So, and did you listen to the response from Mr. Hunt on that or not?
I can't remember what they said, but I had sort of vaguely aware of that discussion and in relationship to it.
Well, I think their answers are in the recommendations around the district plan and how they got to those recommendations. So, so in general, you're happy with the way council officers have landed?
Yes. Yeah.
No pun intended.
Yeah.
For that.
Yeah. Right. Definitely. Yeah. But I mean, the issue is the development. It is the existing dwellings and trying to maintain them because they're 1930s plus. Well, probably 1950s, 1930s houses that actually require maintenance and often additions to the houses and things like that. I mean, in the Lower Bay area, I can think that there's been a substantial number of houses that suddenly popped up and got a second story and things like that. And what would that mean if you had to retrofit a house and things like that? How would that affect this side of things. So it's not exactly an additional house, it's more trying to maintain an existing one.
And so just to clarify too, your position around, or the Guardian's position around notification, mandatory notification. So CITES accepts that the airport should be treated as an affected party for notification and within the inner air noise area, but not in the outer one.
Not in the outer.
What's the main issue you have with that not being for the outer one?
I think, I mean, there's one issue is that most of those people, nearly 2,000 houses, probably didn't even know that that's going to happen.
Right.
You know, they haven't really been told. When they saw the district plan came out, I talked to a number of people and said, you know, what's this? And there's nothing in it. And then when the airport's submission came through, I was like, oops, this actually means quite a lot. It will increase the time that people actually, and potentially the costs of trying to get, you know, over that, and also the effects of actually whatever is required by the affected party status of the airport on whatever they're going to do as well. So generally not in favour of that happening.
Okay. And relying on the RMA's section 95 sort of tests for that aspect. Okay, thank you. I don't have any further questions.
So it might be worth me declaring that I'm the independent convener of the Air Noise Committee, so, and I'm not involved in the airport noise matters at this hearing stream.
That's fair enough. I understand that.
Thank you. Okay.
But Park Road is in the outer noise overlay, because I heard you talking about it in relationship to hazards.
Right.
So.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation, Ms. Weaver, and very clear and logical sort of discussion of it. Appreciate that. And we'll see you again shortly, after lunch, I think, isn't it?
I think it's after lunch. I think there's someone.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. Virtually. So do we have the full suite of NZDF people on board?
We do.
Okay. So our next submitter is New Zealand Defence Force, and we have Ms. Baverstock, Ms. Davies, and Mr. Humphreys online. I see Mr. Humphreys. Right. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Darren Humphreys. We just have Rebecca Davis with me today. She's the statutory planner, principal statutory planner within Defence Estates and Infrastructure. We don't have a planning witness today because we're just talking about noise matters. Both Rebecca and myself prepared evidence, and we have got summary statements within those evidence. Would you like us to read that, or do you want us to deal with the main points?
Just quickly looking at your summary now. I'm happy. What have we got? We've got until 12:40. I'm happy for you to do your summary of evidence if you can, because they're relatively short. In terms of the order, are you anticipating the first one up, first cab off the ranks for the interview?
Yeah, I'll let Rebecca, Ms. Davis, go with that, because she can provide an overview from a corporate point of view in terms of what temporary and military training activities are, and then I'll deal with the noise provisions.
Okay, thanks. Ms. Davis?
Hello, good afternoon / morning, just on the cusp. Yes, so you would have received my statement, obviously, and hopefully read the entire thing. I will just give a quick overview. I just really wish to emphasise the national and regional significance of off-site, off-base military training activities, and the importance of training activities to maintaining defence capability in order to achieve purposes under the Defence Act, And this is particularly important given the significant decrease in training opportunities following the COVID era. So our people are really needing the opportunity to train in a really wide variety of environments across the entire country. And obviously defence capability is extremely important. Our people need to be ready and able to respond to a very wide range of situations and a wide variety of environments, including civil defence response. We all would have seen that with recent weather events, earthquake events. So I can't really emphasise enough the importance of diversity in training environments so that defence personnel can practice skills in unfamiliar, diverse environments across the entire country. So my evidence does focus on training activities. I don't know how much I need to go into the significance of the training activities to defence. They are essential activities. In many respects are identical to activities carried out by other emergency services. It's important to note that military training activities are mainly quite routine, mundane, small scale activities rather than larger scale events that could carry on for days and weeks and may involve explosive or blank firing activities. So they are rather mundane. There's a list I've given in my statement of evidence, and you can see that they do include a wide range, such as setting up equipment, search and rescue, setting up dental units, for example. Yeah, so it's not all about the larger scale, huge activities that are carried out much less frequently, you know, every 2 or 3 years. So I don't know if I need to go. Do you want me to keep going, or would you rather just ask some questions, or is it self-explanatory? Or
Thank you. We have read your corporate evidence, and I think you're right. I may just see if there's any questions for you. I have one just to kick off. I mean, a lot of the focus in terms of noise is obviously about the use of ammunition and guns, and etc. How often does the Defence Force go into residential areas to do those sorts of exercises and things? You say the Defence Force needs it available to go any place really, but how often does the Defence Force go into sort of, I don't know, suburbs and things to undertake those sorts of exercises?
Not very frequently. I'm struggling to think of any example in my time with Defence, which is about 7.5 years. The preference is to utilise larger areas away from residential areas. For example, down in the west, in Reefton, for example, they used a race course. There were residences neighbouring that race course, but are you thinking more in terms of a built-up residential area such as in Wellington? Obviously, yeah. So it would be relatively rare. It would be if there was some very specific training requirement. For example, if there was some need to, I don't know, train for some overseas response, if we were deploying for some, and you can probably imagine with everything that's going on in the world where they actually might need to do that. But if there's firing involved, it would generally, the preference is out in more rural areas where you can use the setback requirements. It just that is easier from a management point of view. And obviously we don't want to be disrupting people more than absolutely necessary. but it is having that ability to practice and train in a residential area if we did need to, if we needed to develop some capability to respond offshore, for example, or if something happened in New Zealand.
Right. Okay. Any questions for Ms. Davis? No. No, all good. Very straightforward was the comment. So thank you very much, Ms. Davis. So, Mr. Humphreys is.
Thank you very much. I am. So we're dealing with the noise provisions for temporary military training within this hearing stream, but obviously we've got the temporary activities within hearing stream 7. So I did hear on Tuesday from Commissioner Black in terms of asking some questions on that and the reason why NZF are here today. So I've got a statement of evidence, and I'm just going to concentrate on 3 items. One is to do with the types of noise, and Mr. Davies has already gone through those. So we've got weapon firing, we've got things like such as the use of vehicles, we've got what we call fixed plant, which could be dewatering equipment or generators. And then ultimately we've got things such as helicopters for occasional landing. So not all TMTA includes the use of weapon firing. And unfortunately, weapon firing does create the loudest noise, and it generally is the one that people concentrate on. So what NZF has done is develop bespoke noise standards that are routinely used in district plans, and this was I think it's my number 7 in terms of my hearing that I've attended on behalf of NZDF. Those standards are included within district plans, and we've been engaging with council's experts, Mr. Simon and Mr. Hunt, in advance of preparing the evidence, and I think we've reached a generally good agreement so far, and I'll just explain a few items. So number 1 is the use of separation setback distances. The ones that NZF favours, which is the 500 metres for the daytime and the 1250 metres for night, is based on evidence, and that's within my report in terms of the chart, and that's based on an absolute worst case activity that could take place, which is the use of the mortars. That is very, very rare, as Rebecca has mentioned. The ones that were in the notified plan were based on the howitzer, and the howitzer is not used at all by NZDF for temporary training outside of ranges. The mobile sources that we have of mobile sources could be things like personnel carriers, construction equipment, could be heavy and light vehicles which are used on these exercises. And we generally use those in terms of the definition of construction noise. So that's one reason why we have 6803, the construction noise standard, to provide those. And Mr. Simon picked up a mistake that I made in my evidence. So I'll put my hand up to that, is that I used the wrong noise thresholds. But on reflection, the noise thresholds that I use within my evidence, which is in my attachment, which is the second column of noise limits, is more appropriate for TMTA, and it still allows TMTA to occur when it comes to mobile noise sources. So that's just the correction I'd like to highlight to the panel.
Okay, thank you. So,
and then, if you go to the
26. This is the table 26.
That's correct, and it's table 1.
Table 1.
Yeah, and if you ignore the first set of numbers, which is headed TMTA of less than 14 days duration, and then we just use the second set, and that's applied for the whole of TMTA. So we're not breaking down TMTA if it's less than 14 days or greater than 14 days. We're just using the lower levels, and I'm pretty sure Mr. Simon will be happy with that, because that's it goes on the side of being less permissive.
All right. Okay, thank you.
And then the last part of it is just in terms of the use of the national planning standards and the levels that we have. is that the use of peak sound levels for TMTA, the levels that we've got within our preferred noise standards are appropriate and are based on the items of equipment that are used by NZDF on a regular occurrence. And that table which I've got at the back within my amended up 6 table 26 are more appropriate than the ones that were in the notified version of the proposed plan. So that addresses the items that I wanted to raise, so I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Let me just go through that again, just for clarification. So the table 1, you're suggesting taking out the less than 14 days duration column?
That's correct, yeah. So if we looked, Commissioner Black, on the, say, for example, weekdays 6 PM to 8 PM, we have a difference, or sorry, 7:30 AM to 6 PM is probably more appropriate because that's the normal daytime. We're going down to 70 dB rather than 80 dB. And Mr. Simon corrected me. He said it should be 75 dB, but I'm going to 70 dB. In other words, slightly more restrictive.
Oh, well, it's a good start, negotiation point for other things.
Yeah.
In this. So, and then table 2 stays the same.
That's correct.
And then the other point, what was the last point about the planning standards? I missed that.
So it was just originally in the notified version of the plan, they just simply referred to 6803.
Oh.
But obviously TMTA activities does not really fall within the definition of construction noise within 6803. Hence the reason why we wanted to have these tables in. And I recognise that Mr. Simon did say that the way table 26 in Appendix 6 has been drafted, it would be very hard to actually include that table within the appendix. So I've left it really to council to come up with a solution for that.
So you're happy with their amended Appendix 6?
It's just the formatting of their Appendix 6. So it's trying to squeeze all of those noise levels in Table 1 within their version of Table 26 and Appendix 6. It's just the drafting procedure that needs to be done.
It needs what, formatting or something?
It just needs formatting and inclusion within the council's version of Table 26.
There's nothing wrong with the content of it. I mean, you're happy with the content as such.
Yeah.
It's just a formatting thing.
Yeah, as long as the relief that we're seeking within my Table 26 App 6 in my evidence is included and replaces what's in the notified version at the moment.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Just to clarify, I was just trying to find the notes from Tuesday, yes, around noise, around where there are any outstanding areas of disagreement in terms of TMTA. Can you help me on that point? Are there any outstanding matters that, disagreement between you and Mr. Hunt?
Certainly, Chair. Mr. Simon did ask for further evidence why we're using 500 metres and 1250 metres. And that evidence is in the justification that is in the evidence of Ms. Davis when we're talking about the current weapon systems and the future weapon systems. And I'm pretty sure Ms. Davis can talk to that if necessary. So that he just wanted evidential basis and the justification for the use of 500 and 1250. And the other item was just on the clarification of that Table 1 within my evidence. And I've just addressed that by going to a slightly more restrictive version than what I had in my original evidence.
Right. Okay, thank you for that. It's useful. I don't think there are any further questions, Mr. Humphreys. No. Thank you very much, Mr. Humphreys.
Sorry, could I just add to something? one of the rules, it's temp rule S6.2. It states that no TMTA are to be undertaken on Sundays. That is actually a big concern for us because of our ability, for example, for our reserve forces to train on weekends. So, and again, this is not, some of those activities could be really, really low scale, mundane, routine. And that does represent a really significant problem in our ability to plan and carry out TMTA that might carry over several days. And there just doesn't seem to be any justification for why they can't be carried out on a Sunday.
What was the reference to that? Sorry.
It's TEMP S6.2.
6.2.
6.2, 6.1.
6.2.
Oh, sorry, is it?
No, one's consecutive days. It might be the other one.
Yeah, 6.2. Yeah, 6.2.
Oh, yeah. So that's paragraph 26 in your evidence.
Yes, that's correct, because there may be a scenario where we carry out an activity for our reserve forces on a weekend, for example, or we might be carrying out a week-long activity where Sunday is included in the entirety of the activity, and having to stop and potentially, you know, disestablish or that is quite restrictive.
Are you satisfied with the response from Mr. Simon in your para 27 that recommend or considering a 31-day window with Sunday subject to meeting appropriate noise limits? Is that does that go some way to addressing the concern that you have?
Yes, it does. Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. Okay.
Yeah.
Questions from me?
No more questions? No. Thank you.
Well, they've disappeared.
You're back again. We're having technical issues here, sorry.
Oh no, we would just ask to keep our cameras and mics off when we're not presenting. That's all.
I know, but there's a bit of a lag between the screens you can see behind us and the screens we're looking at there. So it catches up eventually. Thank you. Any more questions? No.
Thank you.
Okay. Is that
Good.
So is that the end of your submission, Ms. Davies?
Yes. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much for attending. That was very useful. Thank you. Okay. With that, I think we'll adjourn for lunch, and we will resume the hearing at 1:30 p.m. So thank you very much.
Geez, we're getting a few breaks today.
Good afternoon. The hearing number 5 for the proposed district plan provisions for various district-wide matters is reconvened, and we are hearing submitters today, and our next submitter is Yvonne Weeber, who has circulated some speaking notes and a presentation which is up on our screen at the moment. So Yvonne, it's over to you. The floor is yours.
Thank you. This is a personal submission, and I have professional qualifications in landscape architecture and urban design. However, the majority of the submission is about my layperson's view in relationship to living in the area. I am the chair of Guardians of the Bays, but in relationship to this submission, I support Guardians of the Bays submission. I've got strong connections to the southern coast and eastern suburbs, and have lived in either Rongotai or Lyell Bay for most of my life. I'm involved in a number of community groups, including being chair of Guardians of the Bays and actively involved in the Lyell Bay Coast Care Group, and also Predator Free Lyell Bay, and a group that has recently started called 4C, which is Climate Change Coastal Communities, Pouhere, Takutai, Hurangi, Ahurangi. This group is basically a combination of residents groups along the southern coast and up the, including Breaker Bay, and this from Owhiro Bay to Breaker Bay, but also in relationship to Lyell Bay, which hasn't actually got an active community group in it as well. So I consider noise and coastal hazards in this submission. In relationship to noise, I really want to talk about my own personal sort of what's happened in my life. So Wellington Airport was constructed within residential community, and the houses that are predominantly built 1910 to about through to about 1940s in the Rongotai Isthmus and Miramar South. And at the time of the construction in the 1950s, about 180 houses were moved from the Rongotai Terrace and transported into the reclaimed land of Rongotai Road and Kemp Street. The local community has therefore lived with the airport and its noise for a considerable time, and noise issues peaked in the 1970s with the arrival of a very noisy and extremely sooty, polluting 737 jets. And at the time I was at the primary school, Miramar South School, and the teachers had to stop talking when those jets took off and landed. The house I grew up with is 186 Cooch Street, is in the proposed outer noise overlay. Aviation noise levels, fortunately, have reduced due to new technology and quieter planes. I hope that aviation noise continues to decrease around Wellington Airport rather than increase, and the outer and inner noise overlays can be reduced in size in future. One only has to think back to COVID-19 lockdowns in the 2020 to realise how silent and relaxing the local coastal environment could be without Wellington Airport noise. During those lockdowns, you could hear the roar of the waves rather than the roar of taking off and landing aeroplanes. The removal of the incessant whine of a taxiing or parked jet plane allowed you to hear the birds and insects. The removal of bird control gunshot made you realise that you actually lived in a safe environment rather than wondering if you should call the police over an actual gunshot incident. Evidence has been given by other submitters in relationship to noise reduced sensitivity and the comparison of Wellington Airport with Whenuapai Airport. These two airports and their surrounding areas are totally different. I was involved in the urban design planning for Whenuapai Structure Plan in 2016 when I worked for Auckland Council. Whenuapai Airport is a military base operating 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It's surrounded until recently by rural lifestyle blocks. The residential development potential around Whenuapai is considerable and would be very different to the existing community that surrounds Wellington Airport. Open air 24/7 days a week. Military jet aircraft engine testing at Whenuapai had negative health issues on workers and the local community even before residential intensification around the airport was considered. And just as a side, I was one of the few people that kept commenting that I didn't think it was a particularly good place to have residential development right next to Whenuapai Airport. I see intensification as positive, but also believe additional residential dwellings within noise overlay areas, especially the inner noise overlay, is problematic. However, residential houses need to be able to be modified or replaced to improve livability. Creating onerous conditions or on improvements or replacement of old or badly built dwellings in the air noise overlays is not positive and can create a situation of airport blight. In the local Lower Bay community, many of the residential changes have been in the total replacement and upgrading of one residential dwelling, I should say. This type of redevelopment is positive and improves the residential housing stock within the community. Consideration of ongoing health issues caused by aircraft noise needs to be considered in the district plan. Use of up-to-date information such as 2018 World Health Organization Environment Noise Guidelines for the European region should be considered in current New Zealand planning. The old 31-year-old NZS 6805 1992 airport noise management and land use planning standard should be updated. The night curfews imposed on Wellington Airport are positive and make it bearable to sleep undisturbed for at least a small part of the natural sleep cycle. Just to say that the curfew, like normally you try and get 8 hours sleep, you can get about 5.5, I suppose, with the noise controls at the moment. My submission in relationship to natural hazards and coastal hazards, and I've got some slides on that. My submission sought to clarify the mapping of coastal hazards on maps of the district plan. The district plan maps should be reinforced by the words of the district plan. The lines, patterns and words on the maps are important in conveying what the actual district plan is saying. The maps and the words of the district plan need to work together to provide a total package. So often what you do is you actually look at you might look at the site, you might download what's on the site, and then you start to look at how it all interrelates for the local neighbourhood. And that's where I started to have problems. So when I first analysed the proposed district plan maps, I thought there was an arbitrary mix of hazard and risk overlays. The more I analysed the maps and the relationship to the words of the proposed district plan, the more perplexed I became. It was very difficult to work out on the maps the coastal inundation, liquefaction and tsunami hazard overlays. Planning maps are should and are normally very easy to understand. It wasn't just burdensome to work out how the hazard ranking table in the introduction of the coastal environment chapter related to the maps. For me, it was actually impossible, as it was not explained anywhere in the plan that these were going to be the mapping lines. So I'll just wonder if I can. The introduction has this as the sort of idea of high, medium and low, but it doesn't actually say in the introduction that that relates to the maps and how that, at the time of the writing of the proposed district plan. So I kept thinking I was completely going bonkers, that I hadn't quite worked out what was going on. So I am glad the mapping amendments are being considered and evidenced by Mr. Searle to improve the interpretation of low, medium and high hazard areas. However, a draft map visual of what was being proposed by Mr. Searle would have been useful for submitters in the panel to understand the layers and what they would have looked like. Taonga Ora has requested that separate layers can be turned off and and on individually in the GIS viewer. And I think that may have actually occurred. This appears to be possible now, and a positive way to reduce the clutter and allow greater analysis in specific issues in the district plan maps. I support the clarity of the definition of coastal hazard overlay. However, does this mean that the coastal inundation overlay and the tsunami hazard overlay are brought together on the map in one mapping tool? That's a question. I don't know. At present, the two map tools that relate to coastal environment are separated by fault, flood, and liquefaction hazard overlays, as you can see on the slide here. So they're not actually brought up together or be parted together. So I'm not sure how they work. I support the inclusion of wording of coastal inundation in the addition of wording in the introduction of coastal hazards. It is not only sea level rise, but also storm surges and storm events that form a coastal hazard, as outlined in the NIWA report on coastal hazards and sea level rise. And just in relation to that, in the Lyell Bay area, what happens is we have a storm surge, we have a storm event which increases the high rainfall, and places on the corner of Lyell Parade and Onipu Road flood because the water table level is high, the sea level rise is high, the freshwater lens water table level above that goes up, and then when the heavy rain comes, there's nowhere for it to go. The other issue with the Onipu Road, Lyell Bay, is that the storm surge blocks through sand movement, blocks the stormwater drain as well. So sort of double whammy. Recently there was a flooding event in Kulbuni, and that was because of high level rainfall, but there was nowhere for the water to go because of the it flooded outside of Pekensave on Rongotai Road, and then it also flooded on Coot Street as the next lowest area as well. So yeah, it isn't just sea level rise, but it also the storm surges and the storm events of extra rain that cause the problems. Maintaining the reality of natural hazard and coastal hazard overlays over all the land that would be affected, both residential and for large landowners such as Wellington Airport, is important in understanding the true risk of these hazards to our coastal communities. And just in relationship to the next slide, you can see that the tsunami hazard risk is quite substantial in relationship to Wellington Airport and Lyell Bay, and also Miramar and Rongotai. I agree with the changes being proposed in CEP 12 levels of risk, especially in the change from addresses to minimise in the mitigation of subdivision use and development. I agree with changes CEP 15, subdivision hazard sensitive activities within low coastal areas, and CEP 16, potential hazard sensitive activities within medium coastal hazard areas and other areas of the plan, using a common term minimise. The use of the common term minimise is useful throughout the plan in relationship to coastal hazards. However, it needs future guidance on what, as the definition of minimisation proposed, means. The means to reduce as low as reasonably practicable isn't clear, and moves the plan to what is reasonably practical actually means. So it's like, we've got to minimise, but what does that mean? It's sort of, I think community will be asking that when they start looking at adaptation plans and things like that. CEP 22 hazard engineering measures, and CE 24 all hard engineering measures in the coastal area. and the CEPX repair and maintenance of existing hard engineering works in the high coastal hazard area are all parts of the plan that will be used increasingly with sea level rise, storm surges and storm events. Giving permitted activity status to such works could be problematical when we should be considering adaptation and even retreat from high coastal hazard areas. It's a question of like, how does adaptation come within those hard engineering measures? Probably something that the plan can't deal with, but something that communities might need to consider in future. I agree with changes CR27 hazard sensitive activities within high coastal hazard areas excluding city centre or airport operations, port activities, etc. That clearly identifies that it is the construction of new buildings or the conversion of existing buildings that contain hazard sensitive activities being non-compliant. So generally I'm in agreement with it, but I just think some of the parts in relationship to coastal hazards and natural hazards is a bit confusing in the plan, and I'm not sure how, and also the issue in relationship to the mapping and making sure that those two work together. So that's my thing.
Thank you very much. Just in relation to that map, I'm just trying to figure out what the line through the middle there is represent. Do you know? Okay, it's not on my GIS map here, but
Oh, okay. No, because I've only got, I don't know. I mean, that's part of the problem because there's no key at the side here of all that. That's the other thing I'd suggest, that the map, you know, the overlay should actually have some sort of key beside it to show what it is. So,
okay, well,
and other really
minor things. You probably switch on everything and then one by one.
Yeah. You shouldn't have to do that.
Eventually, you'll get there.
Yeah. So,
Okay.
and the other thing with the map is you can't sort of like you dull it down and it just removes all the zoning. But if you, there's some issues with the mapping and the way it deals with one another. I mean, you know, it's potentially could get better, but yeah, it's not the easiest one. Relationship.
Is there any questions from the panel?
Just in relation to your paragraph 3.9, where you talk about hard engineering measures, I think, and you reference the new CPX, repair and maintenance of existing hard engineering there. My understanding of that policy is to recognise that there are existing structures such as the seawall, which goes down alongside the airport and so forth, which if it begins to fail for any reason, you can go back and actually fix it and to achieve it. So I'm just a little bit unsure why you think that this should be bundled in with the other policies in relation to high hard engineering measures.
I think I'm not thinking about I'm thinking about the fact that some places we will actually have to retreat or make sort of adaptation measures rather than putting back or trying to fix what we've already got. I think that's what I'm trying to say in this thing. And I know that adaptation and retreat don't really come as part of this, but that's something that could be considered, may have to be considered.
Yeah, well, and the same would apply to the lower base seawall, which goes all the way along there too.
I'm very well.
Which is there to protect the road as well as protect what's in behind the road.
Yeah, well, is the infrastructure behind it. I know. I mean, if you've ever seen the photos of when they actually put that road in, you'll understand why it's not the best. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Just a couple of quick questions from me. So, in your 3.8, where you talk about the support for the wording of minimise. But then you raise a concern about what does reasonably practicable mean with regards to the definition of minimise. And do you have any suggestions on how that could be fixed? Because I take your point that introducing minimise may help with the wording, but if it creates uncertainty by its definition.
Yeah,
Do you
I
think?
haven't put my head around it. I just sort of like looked at the term and thought, well, it's good that we've got one term that fits through the whole plan in relationship, because before that there was lots of different words and terms and things. But then when you look at the definition and the thing, it's reasonably practical could mean a variety of different things. And so perhaps that's something, some guidance needs to be put in relationship to the plan. That's all I could actually suggest at this point. That perhaps future guidance needs to be developed for that term.
Yeah, and the only other question I had, so the confusion that you identify in 3.1 and 3.2 about the words in the plan not matching the maps and the confusion that that creates. If you started on, just taking this as an example, if you started on the E-plan with no box checked, so it was just like, just bare, for want of a better term. And then there was a provision within the plan that you just checked that, but when you went in there, would that not solve the problem of the misalignment or confusion between what coastal inundation means in the plan context and then the map?
I think the confusion I had was initially is because they had these high, medium and low hazard rankings.
Oh, I see.
And
So,
I think they've changed it. Well, I couldn't, there were certain things I couldn't see that were being listed in the plan that actually went in the map. So I think things have changed. I should have taken snapshots at the time, but I
yep,
don't.
thank you.
Yeah. But I got the impression from Mr. Searle's evidence that that's what had happened. So, yeah. And also the other thing is you can clearly tick boxes, which I suspect you couldn't do before. So I think things have changed on the maps for improvement. So that's good. So, yeah.
Thank you. Just going back to noise, you are contesting that the 1992 standards for airport noise management should be updated. Now, we've got evidence in front of us that's still fit for purpose, et cetera, and used around the country. Why do you think it needs to be updated? What's its main problem?
I think the issue is in relationship to the health side of things. I think a lot of evidence internationally has come out in relationship to different issues in relationship to health. And I think that's where it needs to have the updating, so it has that interrelationship to what are the health issues of having high intensity noise.
Okay. Thank you. That's all the questions I have for you. Thank you very much.
And you asked me before about my house, my parents' house. Yeah, it's a little yellow one,
The green roof.
Yeah, and recently got sold in 2017. It's just recently had double glazing in it, so that'll make quite a big difference.
And is that at the airport end of Coot Street or the?
It's Rongotai Road, Rongotai, right next to entrance of Rongotai College. So yeah, that's basically the last house on Coot Street that will be in the outer noise boundary because of Tarangi Hill sort of blocks quite a bit.
Yeah.
So Marangi Street and that is not going to be in it. So yeah. Yeah.
Okay, well, thank you for that.
Okay.
And thank you very much for attending both times.
That's all right. That's fine. I sort of had to put one head on and put the others off. So yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay.
Our next submitter is Mr. Roberts for Firstgas. Now he's coming in virtually. He's online, is he? Yep, there is.
You're Mr. Chairman.
Thank
You're
you.
panel members.
Just a minute, because there's a bit of a time lag between when you appear behind us on the screen and the screen in front of us. There you are. There you are. Don't know why that is, but it is what it is.
Contrary to popular opinion, I'm actually not on a beach. I'm in a small meeting room, but I just used one of my favourite beaches in Kiribati as a background.
Oh, I thought it was Lyle Bay for a minute. Okay. So we've read your pre-circulated evidence. Thank you very much. So we are leaving up to you to summarise your key points. Yeah, in regard, especially subsequent to the Section 42A report coming out. So the floor is all yours in a virtual sense.
Thank you very much. Can I firstly apologise? There are a few typos that slipped through our quality control system, so I'd just like to address those if I may first. So the first one of those occurs on page 8, and it's the the last paragraph. The second sentence should begin with the word adjacent rather than adject. And the word to should be inserted between used and access on line 4. And on the paragraph above, the paragraph immediately under figure 3, there is a stray 51 that occurs at the end of the first sentence, and there is a stray 52 that appears at the end of the last sentence. So if you could strike those out. The next correction I wish to make is over the page on page 9 on line 4. There is a stray orphan phrase sensitivity general in line 4, which needs to be removed. And the last one that I'm aware of is on page 11, the last sentence of paragraph 28. The gas transmission pipeline, the word corridor should be inserted between the last word, the pipeline, and must in the second last line. Apologies for those, Mr. Chairman.
Right.
I'd like to take paragraphs 1 to 5 as read and commence at paragraph 6. I don't intend to read out verbatim, but I just want to draw the committee's attention to sort of the main points. So I'm addressing here matters that Firstgas submitted its submissions on, and I've also read the relevant 42A reports, and I referred to those two 42A reports there, the one on subdivision and the one on earthworks. I'm going to set out a little bit of general planning background to Firstgas's submissions, and I want to talk you through a couple of examples, and my apologies to you, Mr. Chairman. I suspect you have seen these examples before in another hearing, but that doesn't deflect from the relevancy of their content to this hearing. And then I'll go through and address my responses to the recommendations made in the relevant portions of the 42A report. So firstly, turning to the planning background and the higher order documents, I really just draw your attention there to the higher order documents and particularly starting at the Act and the Section 5 matters relating to economic and social wellbeing and health and safety, and how related gas services and activities are at the heart of that as the overall purpose of the RMA. It's then picked up in the Greater Wellington Regional Policy Statement, which recognises the importance of infrastructure and specifically directs provision to be made for regionally significant infrastructure, and that includes pipelines for the distribution of natural gas. I then traverse the relevant objectives and the policies from the regional plan, and there I simply draw attention to that consistency of message of regionally significant infrastructure and how that regionally significant infrastructure should be provided for. So therefore, the Wellington City Council District Plan is required to give effect to this higher order planning documents, or in other words, implement it. So my view is that the higher order document imparts a clear enabling and protective focus in relation to the operation, maintenance of the gas network across the district and indeed the wider region. And then in paragraphs 12 and 13, I just detail that a little more. Policy 8 imparts a clear and directive protective focus, so that the plan should include policies and rules that protect regionally significant infrastructure, including protection from incompatible new subdivision, use and development occurring under, over or adjacent to that infrastructure. So now turning now to the 42A recommendations, I've set out in Appendix A to the evidence our response to those, and you'll see from that predominantly it's a green shaded box for largely agreement with the reporting officer's conclusions. And in relation to the higher order SCAs, I note there that we're generally supporting, and that's also supported in the 42A. Turning now to the question of subdivision. Subdivision is often problematic for Firstgas, and it's largely problematic because Firstgas and its assets often get forgotten about, and that's often for very good reason. Firstgas's assets are predominantly buried. They're unlike the national grid. They don't stand out in the landscape, and in fact they are incorporated in the landscape, and a very large number of people are totally oblivious as to the existence of them. They're a bit like water pipes and sewer pipes. Everyone depends on them and they depend upon their continuing operation, but they're largely hidden from view. So in relation to Rule 29, the subdivision of land containing a gas transmission pipeline, the subdivision of land within close proximity, and that's generally within, say, an order of 30 to 50 metres of the pipeline, has the potential to create adverse effects on the efficient and effective operation and maintenance and upgrading of that pipeline. That may also include Firstgas's ability to access the pipeline to undertake maintenance, or to check that the pipeline is indeed remaining in good condition. So I've set out below a couple of examples, and apologies, they're taken from the Auckland region. There's a good reason for that, and that is primarily the area where Firstgas is experiencing significant challenges to its ability to maintain its assets. A pipeline derives its protection primarily from two things. Firstly, the depth at which it's buried. So therefore, normal farming operations can take place over a pipeline quite happily. And the other thing that it derives its security from is the width of the pipeline wall, the thickness of the steel. In rural areas, pipelines are generally buried between 1 metre and 1.5 metres deep, and the pipeline walls are of a certain thickness. In urban areas, pipelines tend to be buried slightly deeper, generally 2 to 2.5 metres, and the wall thickness is often 50% greater than what it is in a rural area. Where you have urban expansion coming out to meet a pipeline that was laid in rural areas, that is potentially where you get some problems occurring, in that the pipeline was never designed to be in an urban area, but it now finds itself being surrounded by urban development. There are a number of things that a pipeline owner and operator can do to protect the pipeline. The easiest thing that it can do is to make sure the land uses over and above and adjacent to the pipeline are suitable, such that they don't create problems for the pipeline. So Firstgas is quite happy to have its pipelines in open spaces. It's happy to have its pipelines under roads, because you can actually then engineer the road such that it doesn't impose unacceptable loads on the pipeline. Firstgas is also happy to have its pipeline in amenity corridors and reserves and marginal strips and the like. What Firstgas doesn't really like is development being consented in close proximity to the pipeline without any prior discussion with Firstgas. And these two examples show you how this occurs. So I'll just, with your agreement, Mr. Chairman, I'll just walk you through them. The first is the area of Aotearoa in Drury South in Auckland, and the figure 1 and figure 2 show you two aerial photographs taken from Firstgas's GIS system. On the first one, the pipeline is shown as a solid white line running from north to south straight up the side of the page, and you can see there this is still largely rural, but it's clearly land that's in transition from rural to urban. To the immediate right of the pipeline, there is a large site marked with an X. That's a site for a proposed school. Further to the right, there is an area of intensive housing development, just starting with the formation of the land and the formation of the streets accessing those. And you can see the pipeline carries on further to the north. So that area of development has kind of been happening over the last 5 to 10 years and is really ramping up now. Turning now to figure 2, this is a later photograph which shows you again the school site now substantially developed or in the process of being developed marked with the X. The medium density housing fronting onto Aotearoa Drive is shown on the right hand side of the photograph. You can see further earthworks for further residential development adjacent to the school, and you can see in the top left hand corner further earthworks for again another area of intensive development. So you can see development is encroaching on the pipeline, which in itself is not a bad thing as long as there's a degree of consultation occurring. Firstgas does not hold a designation of this pipeline. There are several pipelines running into Auckland. Unfortunately, this is one that's not designated. It is covered by easements, by property easements across all the titles that it traverses. However, Auckland Council, in its wisdom in processing all of these subdivision consents and development consents in close proximity to this pipeline, did not find it necessary to consult with Firstgas as an affected party. So that puts Firstgas very much on the back foot as a party having an interest in the development that's occurring there, such that what Firstgas's ability to achieve good outcomes is limited to good faith negotiations with the proponents of that development. So really this highlights that what Firstgas needs is some form of early warning to it that development is anticipated in proximity to the pipeline, hence our request for notification for a pipeline corridor. The second example, item B at the top of page 8, shows you a not untypical rural residential subdivision which is occurring in Kumiu on the outskirts of Auckland. The pipeline you can see there runs through. There is an easement corridor shown through there in orange. The pipeline in that location is covered by both an easement and a designation. Despite that, a number of things have occurred here which cause Firstgas problems. To start with, the residential subdivision was processed by Auckland Council in its wisdom without any prior consultation with Firstgas. So the subdivision was approved before Firstgas even learned of it. That's despite there being both easements and designations in place. I know as planners we might find that somewhat inconsistent, but trust me, it does happen. So in addition, now Firstgas is in a situation where it's having to come back in and retrospectively try and ensure that it has adequate access to the pipeline for maintenance purposes or for inspection purposes. And we set out there how that happens, and we set out some of the difficulties there of what's happening there. So Firstgas's experience summarised in these two examples, it could have been suitably mitigated and avoided if there was adequate consultation and design response at an early stage in the consenting process. And really this is just to give you background to why Firstgas is asking for the changes that it has sought, and I'm delighted that the reporting officer has actually recognised in the 42A report that that's appropriate. So we concur with the recommendations in the 42A report to amend the activity status from controlled to restricted discretionary. Now that is not giving Firstgas itself the discretion. The discretion is obviously retained by council, but hopefully that transition from that controlled activity to restricted discretionary will be the trigger that makes sure when anything is being processed in relation to the gas corridor, gas pipeline transmission corridor, that Firstgas is one of the first people notified that this is happening. In my view, that both enables Firstgas to appropriately manage the outcomes sought, but it also means that the objective 10, providing protection to the regionally significant infrastructure, occurs in the district plan. So we're quite happy with those changes, Mr. Chairman. We're quite comfortable with those. However, I would recognise and would place one caveat on that, and that is also properly recognised by the 42A report author, that a number of these things are dependent upon acceptance by council of the changes in the definitional aspects which have yet to be considered in hearing stream 9, and the acceptance of the definition of the gas transmission corridor, because that's the trigger point that actually affects, gives effect to these controls. Looking at in paragraph 26, I consider the recommendations in relation to Firstgas's submission amending sensitive to residential. I'd have to say, I'm sorry, we made a mistake there. That was a submission that shouldn't have happened. I think we just got it wrong there, and we're pleased to acknowledge that referring back to sensitive is more appropriate than limiting it to residential, because obviously there are some sensitive activities which are not residential, and that includes things like daycares, elderly persons' homes, correctional institutions and the like. We also concur with the recommendation to accept the Firstgas further submission in relation to submission 37.218 from the Environmental Reference Group to retain sub R29 as notified. Turning now to the question of earthworks. Earthworks is also a vexatious subject for Firstgas, as you can well imagine. As I said before, the protection of the pipeline is primarily through depth of burial and thickness of the pipeline wall. So depth of burial is the matter that's often encountered during earthworks. Where earthworks are proposed affecting the pipeline, there are two main concerns. One is a depth of cover, because that's what gives the pipeline its protection, and the second is the residual stability of the reformulated profile of the land following the earthworks. So we don't want to see earthworks occurring such that the pipeline is left shallowly buried in an exposed location at the top of a large cut-fill slope, for example. So looking following a review of the 42A report, we concur in principle with the recommendation to accept Firstgas's submission. To ensure that the issue is really to ensure the stability and integrity of the gas transmission pipeline, earthworks within the gas pipeline corridor must not exceed 400 millimetres in depth. And that's so that there would be the ability, for example, for a farmer or a landowner to install a fence post but there wouldn't be the ability to dig out a swimming pool over the top of a gas pipeline. So in terms of the relief sought, we think there is a minor amendment required to objective to the rule. We're proposing the addition of the words, "The disturbance of earth within the gas transmission pipeline corridor shall not exceed 400 millimetres in depth," and then you can delete the balance of the material. We also concur with the recommendation to accept Firstgas further submission in support of submission 2530 from Mr. Halliday, seeking the definition of the gas pipeline corridor as part of standard EWS 15. In conclusion, Mr. Chairman, I set out there why we are happy with what's been proposed, and I'll happily respond to any queries from the commissioners as required. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Roberts. Just to confirm, the rebuttal or evidence from the council in regard to this matter says there's no outstanding matters in contention. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I'd agree with that largely. With the exception is just that minor change with the retention of item A and the deletion of B under paragraph 29.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Roberts?
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. I've been having a look at the planning maps as you've been talking, and I did when I read your evidence originally. Unless I've missed it, it doesn't appear that the gas transmission corridor is actually denoted on the planning maps. So from a usability perspective, wouldn't it be better that it was?
Yes, I agree it would be better. And if under hearing stream 9 there is agreement to a definition of the gas transmission corridor, then that would enable that to be shown on the planning map.
So that's been kicked down the road to hearing stream 9 in terms of a specific submission requiring it to be actually mapped, because I have seen the gas transmission corridors actually being mapped in district plans before, and it's a very useful tool. If you're looking at development, you turn on the various layers, and I see the national grid, the transmission lines are included in the mapping as a layer. And I would have thought it would be a relatively simple exercise, particularly if there's a rule which references the corridor for that to actually occur.
I agree.
Okay. In Wellington City and wider in the Wellington region, just my next question. Firstgas has the ability to designate. Did they actually consider formally designating the gas transmission corridor at all?
Yes, they have considered that. Firstgas have had a policy of seeking designations where they felt it was appropriate, and indeed we have sought designations in a number of district plans at plan rollover, and in this case a new plan. I personally was not privy to Firstgas's decision making here in relation to this plan, why they did not seek to have a notice of requirement submitted at the time the plan was proposed. Generally, when Firstgas makes that decision, they take into account a number of issues. One of those is how good is their coverage of the easements protecting the pipeline, because that's their primary instrument that they rely upon. However, as the chairman and others will no doubt be aware, the easement is a land instrument under land administration procedures, whereas we're talking about planning instruments under the RMA and district plan protections.
Okay, so just in general terms, you'll be talking about this issue more in hearing stream 9.
Yes, and also in relation to the future changes to legislation, Firstgas has been actively involved in the formulation of the National Planning Framework and is seeking to have some form of nationally consistent protection for its pipeline assets, similar to what has been achieved with the national grid.
Okay, thank you.
It was just something I may have missed when Commissioner Schofield asked you if you were happy with everything. You said yes, but with the exception of something.
Yes.
Was it just with the addition of that relief sought under earthworks?
Correct.
But I'm just looking at the Appendix A of the supplementary evidence, and it appears that the council reporter has actually added that in, made that amendment subsequent to your evidence.
If that's the case, I'm delighted to accept it.
It's in green underlined and green struck through, so it's been amended.
Good.
Thanks.
Just two quick questions from me. The example that you've used in your evidence of figure 1 and figure 2,
yes,
which shows the development that happened. Are you saying that this would be avoided if the current provisions within the PDP were adopted, that it would mitigate the risk of this happening here?
Yes, I think the primary point is what Firstgas is seeking is it's seeking a trigger mechanism in the district plan such that the administrators of the plan, when administering development applications, realise that Firstgas's assets are potentially affected. So therefore, we automatically receive notification that an application has been lodged at this location proposing this, and then that gives Firstgas the ability to interact with that applicant and say, can we sort this out?
Excellent. Yep, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And to that point, did Firstgas submit seeking a layer on the GIS mapping, the planning maps, and an alert layer, a 50-metre wide corridor, whatever it is, that specifically identifies the gas pipeline corridor, as such as the national grid is on the GIS planning maps? I noticed the pipeline isn't.
Yes, my understanding is the national grid is because the national grid has the benefit of a national standard which requires that to be protected. Firstgas doesn't have a national standard. As to whether from memory, I only came into this process relatively late. From memory, I don't think they did submit seeking a layer on the planning maps, but I can go back and check that.
Okay, thank you. I think that's all the questions from the panel. Okay, so thank you very much, Mr. Roberts.
Thank you.
Very useful.
Thank you.
Our next submitter is Transpower. As I stated earlier, will recuse myself from hearing the submissions from Transpower. So I will leave the chairing of the hearing in the capable hands of Commissioner Dash and leave the room for the next little wee while and come back a bit later. So over to you.
Welcome. See, we've got two Transpower representatives in the room, and we've got Mazine online, so we can see you. Unsure about how you wish to proceed, we've got the two briefs of evidence which we can talk to, but you're more than welcome to summarise the key points. Over to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, panel. Given you've already had a rebuttal of our evidence, sorry, we won't summarise that. I'll just respond to the supplementary evidence and just raise a couple of points in that. First off, I can just introduce myself. I'm Pauline Whitney, a Planner Act.
You just need the microphone close.
Oh, sorry, Pauline Whitney, a Planner Bothamiscal, an independent planner acting for Transpower. And I have Mr. Roy Noble, who is the Head of Grid Delivery Integration at Transpower. And Mr. Noble presented evidence which was pre-circulated. And online is Rebecca M, the Technical Lead Policy at Transpower. So Ms. Ng didn't provide any pre-circulated evidence, but is here just to respond to any questions the panel may have, particularly in relation to Transpower's policy approach across New Zealand.
Okay.
So sorry.
So I guess you just proceed with your additional comments that you wish to make, and
Thank you.
We'll move to questions.
Great. So our evidence covered essentially subdivision and earthworks. There's no outstanding issues in terms of the subdivision provisions. So we won't be commenting on that today. We're in agreement with everything that was recommended by the reporting officer. In terms of earthworks, the only issue is the activity status for earthworks within the National Grid Yard. Transpower seeks a default activity status for non-compliant, and I assessed that in my evidence, and I concur. The reporting officer has recommended the PDP activity status be retained, which is restricted discretionary. So if I can just also comment, it's a really minor point, but this is probably the opportunity to do it.
Yes.
There's just one point I wouldn't mind. I've just re-looked at it and I think it could be improved if that's possible. So, and I can provide a written note to the panel if that would assist afterwards, just so you've got the documentation. It's just in relation to submission point 315174. It's probably easier maybe if you have the Appendix A, the reporting officer's supplementary evidence track changes version, which is the latest version for the earthworks chapter.
Yes.
So on page 3 of that, there's other relevant district plan provisions. And over the page there, it has in red a number of provisions which have been recommended for insertion. Oh, so it's page 4 probably of the track changes, Appendix A, earthworks chapter, track changes of the reporting officer supplementary evidence.
So this is the section that starts off transport and subdivision, and then there's various other
Correct
things, infrastructure, a few infrastructure ones there for renewable energy generation, historic heritage and so.
Correct.
Yes.
So the third bullet point there is infrastructure, and it reads the infrastructure chapter contains provisions relating to certain types of earthworks within the National Grid Yard and gas transmission pipeline corridor. I just maybe suggest that the word provisions be replaced with policies, because provisions almost infers there's rules as well within the infrastructure chapter in terms of managing earthworks in the National Grid Yard, and there are not. It's only the policies which are contained within that infrastructure chapter. And that approach should be consistent with some of the terminology used in the other bullet points there, which specifically refer to policies and rules and standards. So it is more clear. I just think it would assist people trying to navigate their way around the plan, understanding where various provisions are located.
Okay. For our benefit, and I think the infrastructure chapter is due to be considered some stage next year.
Yes.
So there is no applicable rules in the infrastructure chapter applying to any of the Transpower activities. Is that?
They apply to Transpower activities, but not third-party activities. Okay. Yeah. So the third-party activities in relation to earthworks are managed under the earthworks chapter, but the policies are contained in the infrastructure chapter. And that's one point I did raise in my evidence, that obviously the policies will be addressed at that subsequent hearing.
Yep, that's understood.
Yep.
I'm just wondering whether the wording also needs to, because the way it reads at the moment, to me it indicates that it's Transpower related earthworks in the National Grid corridor. Yeah, certain types of earthworks within that corridor, whether it's third party or not. First flush of reading it, it means Transpower earthworks. Yeah.
And I think that may be again misleading almost, because the National Grid Yard, Transpower obviously has its national environmental standards. So the NES for transmission activities, which provides that. So that more covers them, whereas the National Grid Yard actually more applies to other parties' activities in terms of defining the width and so forth.
So just in terms of what I'm saying in terms of that, if you change provisions to policies, don't you also want to make reference to its non-Transpower earthworks or in that chapter?
It could apply to third-party
words
activities
to
or
that
something.
effect. I'm trying to thinking what might be the sweet spot in terms of a provision. Certainly, okay, I understand your point, and
it is a minor point.
The reporting officer can probably deal with that in the right of reply anyway, so I understand your point.
Thank you. As I said, it is minor, but now's the opportunity to try to make some refinements.
Sure, certainly is.
The only outstanding issue then is the activity status. So if I can just comment maybe in terms of the 42A supplementary evidence. So there were 2 comments made by the reporting officer and they're in paragraphs 22 to 25 of the supplementary evidence.
Yeah, might be useful to me anyway, if I get that up in front of me.
Thank you. So it's page 6.
Yeah.
Paragraph 22.
Yes, 22 to 22 to 28 covers the national grid, and 24 in particular is relevant.
Okay.
Okay, so just 2 comments. The officer kind of refers to minor infringements and therefore non-compliant activity status being overly onerous in respect of those minor infringements. If I could just comment that if the earthworks are minor in terms of depth, in terms of the examples used there, and Transpower is able to approve a dispensation, they won't need resource consent. So there is a pathway there. So it's it won't be necessarily be non-compliant. They could be permitted if they are of a minor scale. And Transpower is satisfied it's comfortable approving them under the NZECP, which is a standard sitting outside the district plan. So there is a pathway there for those minor infringements. And I think just maybe the officer may have misunderstood the dispensation available. I appreciate it sits outside the district plan, but it does relate to the provisions, the rules provided. And I guess the second point in terms of that is, while it may be considered overly onerous in terms of non-compliant for those minor activities, having an RDA would overlook those more activities which have more significant effects and should be non-compliant. So there's another side of the argument, really.
So why would an RDA ignore them or not consider them?
Well, it wouldn't just have the same directive approach that a non-compliant activity status would have, given the...
But a non-complying activity status is, you know, the effects are minor and it's got to agree with the objectives and policies of the plan, whereas an RDA will actually specify the matters of discretion itself, what particular points that they want to have covered in the application. So I'm just a little bit unsure about whether or not we're on the same page in terms of why an RDA is not appropriate here.
I guess in my opinion, the non-compliant is more directive in terms of it does set that, you know, the gateway test.
Well, there's an assumption against, unless there's a good reason to.
Yes.
Is what it is with non-complying.
So
it's not provided for in the plan.
So the non-compliant then also gives effect to the higher order direction in terms of the NPSCT, the National Policy Statement, in terms of ensuring the grid isn't compromised. And for those more significant earthworks, non-compliant is appropriate in terms of sending a clear message to people that consent will not be forthcoming and will not be approved. It also gives effect to the higher order, the RPS, which has clear policies as well in terms of protecting the grid.
Wouldn't an RDA also provide that if the matters of discretion actually outline the reasons why it may not be appropriate?
In terms of process, it might do, but in terms of actually the outcome you're wanting to achieve, it doesn't send such a clear message.
Okay.
And in terms of then you may have, and I think the policies are really important as well, and the non-compliant clearly brings the policies in for consideration through the gateway test.
Yep, that's okay. I'm just wondering whether any of my colleagues have any particular questions on this point.
Is there a more finer grained approach though, rather than jumping, that can you
Yeah.
categorise some activities that could be RD and then full discretionary or non-compliant?
That is a good question. Yeah, so at the moment, the way it works is there's permitted and then you go straight to non-compliant in terms of what is sought in my evidence. I am aware of approaches that were previously adopted in district plans where the depth ones, I'll call them, where you reverted to RDA. But I guess the issue for that was, and then the other ones where you affected stability, access and clearance with non-compliant. But I guess the issue with that was you kind of had a bit of a situation where you could approve it under the district plan as an RDA for an infringement of the depth one, but then Transpower under the NZECP, their standards couldn't approve the dispensation under their it's a code of practice basically, so they couldn't give approval for it. So you had an anomaly almost where you were saying yes under the district plan, but the operational side of Transpower was saying no, you can't.
So you need that consistency.
So you need the consistency and the clear messaging as well, and so the non-compliant achieves that.
So you can't.
And
you're going to obviously keeping that. You go with that standard. Therefore, if you had different rules in the plan, even if you could do a more finer grain approach in the district plan, it would just cause confusion.
It does, and then obviously people may get consent and then say Transpower, well, I can got consent under the district plan or something like that, and why is it different? So yeah, and so that's why included in that rule is the bit there about a dispensation. You know, if Transpower does approve it as a minor one, then you could go ahead as permitted. Yes. So there was, with in my evidence, it's changed the activity status maybe from the approach across other councils, but there is that clause added to provide that pathway through.
The minor works.
Minor works, yeah. Where Transpower is able to grant a dispensation, you know, they're satisfied it's not going to compromise the grid, so it gets the tick.
That's defined, is it the minor works?
No, that'll be it would be Transpower. Basically, those standards there, anything in that has the potential, obviously, to compromise the grid. If you go within the measurements within the rule, it has the potential, and that will probably depend on Mr. Noble may be able to comment, but it may depend on the topography and actually what's been proposed and the degree of different infringement. But they'll need technical input to assess that.
Yeah.
So you probably can't get to that level of refinement for the district plan. I'll hand over.
If I can just say the NZECP 34 is a code of practice. However, it is backed by a requirement by the electricity regulations. So realistically, who would have thought that an electricity regulation is actually driving earthworks? It's a kind of a weird place to be, but that is where we are. Under the NZECP 34, what we are calling minor works, Transpower still needs to undertake a review to make sure that we are not compromising the grid. There is a requirement, however, in ECP 34 under 2.1.4 is that we have to be reasonable and we won't unreasonably withhold that approval either. So we can't be bloody minded, but by the same token, the only person who can actually give that dispensation is us. After a review of risk, the asset, where it is, the slope, the access, terrain, the in-build, under-build. And as I also presented in evidence, you know, there are parts of ECP 34 we cannot give a dispensation to, and that is actually building up ground to a point where the conductors and the ground become too close to each other. So that is why we need to be an active part really early on in being a part of the decision process. That's all.
Thank you.
Could I? Oh, sorry. Could I just ask you, your code of practice, is that founded in regulation? Is that part of the regulations under the Electricity Act? Is where you get that, and do you have a final say?
It is actually covered. So NZECP 34 links back to the electricity regulations, not the Electricity Act. The Electricity Act is kind of kind of owners can. But the electricity regulations are a statutory document to be safe within the electricity regulations in our world. It requires you to meet ECP 34. So it links all. Yeah,
So yeah, okay. So it does have a statutory basis,
yes,
and you can say no.
Correct. Yep.
So what you're really seeking here overall is that the district plan is overall consistent with the powers that you have under another piece of legislation.
Correct, but also NZECP 34, that it only really relates, as I understand, to safety. So other issues in terms of compromising the grid, you know, stability and things like that don't necessarily come in. So that's why the district plan is relevant as well.
So isn't that a safety issue as well?
It is also, but it's also compromising the operation and maintenance of the grid, not necessarily the safety to people on the ground.
Okay, so that's how safety is defined, is whether or not somebody's going to get zapped by getting too close to the grid.
It may not be just confined to safety.
No, it isn't only confined to safety, and sorry, ECP 34 is what is deemed to be a safety-based code of practice. There are other activities that are undertaken which are actually controlled by the Electricity Act. For example, Transpower has the right to own, maintain and operate the grid. As part of operating the grid, we have to be able to get to the grid. Historically, we've got access ways to our assets and access points. They are not set by easements. They are set by the Electricity Act, which actually provides us that right. Cutting off that access, which is a regular thing within developments, is a problem to us on its own. So under the subdivision rules, we actually try and get our accessibility covered off. But earthworks is also a trigger to that as well.
Just a couple of questions from me. So it does seem like a big jump to go from those activities which are permitted, which are not, it's not an extensive list, to then go anything that is outside of that is automatically kicked into non-complying. And it just feels like there's no wriggle room there for stuff that maybe, you know, just outside the parameters of what's permitted in the permitted activity stuff, to then automatically flick it to no. And it just concerns me that there's no middle ground there with. So as an example, if a hole is you know 400 millimeters, you know what I mean, straight away it becomes there's no opportunity to even have the conversation with Transpower. It's just automatically gone. And
I understand that, but that clause as well, clause 4 and the notes, you know, subject to a dispensation, there's exemptions there, sorry, the following are exempt, and number 4 outlines, you know, where Transpower has provided a dispensation. So if the minor earthworks were considered negligible minor in terms of Transpowers, then there is that pathway there.
Oh, I see.
So that does provide, so, you know, for those minor earthworks. So, but again, you can't tell what's the minor ones until you actually assess it on the site and for the particulars of the activity.
Yeah, yeah. And I've got no problem with that. Yeah, yeah. Okay. So the other thing too is if the change to non-complying was agreed, is that still consistent with the policy the policy and objective hierarchy that sits above it, in your view?
Correct, in my view. Obviously, the policies aren't being assessed here, and the main policy, there's no earthwork policies specific to infrastructure within the earthworks chapter. There is one INFP 7, and it's contained in my evidence in the infrastructure chapter. In its submission, Transpower opposed that policy and sought quite significant rewording. So there is a bit of a, I think I outlined in my policy, in my evidence, a bit of a policy gap at the moment. So I have gone back to the RPS policy 7 and 8, and also the higher one, which is the national policy statement, policy 10 and 11, particularly 10, which says do not compromise the grid essentially. So.
Thank you.
So sorry, I was sort of struggling for your reference, and you said under 4, and I was going for out of which document and out of which evidence you were actually quoting there, because
sorry,
I lost you.
Sorry, you lost me. Sorry. That would have been me talking way too fast. So paragraph 6.3.1 of my evidence.
Yeah.
And I haven't lodged any supplementary rebuttals, so it's just my primary evidence. Paragraph 6.3.1, I've outlined the changes sought through my evidence, and they are in blue. And you'll see under about halfway through, there's a clause, halfway down the next page, there's a clause.
Sorry, you've still lost me.
Go to the next page. So under paragraph 6.31.
Right. You said 6.3.
Oh, sorry.
So I was going for 6.3 and was completely in the wrong place.
So 6.31. Yeah.
Thank you.
And turn the page.
Yeah.
And then halfway down, there's clause 4, which is one of the exemptions. So the following earthworks or vertical hole activities are exempt from compliance with one above.
That's clear. Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Eng.
Thank you.
John Tiley's statement.
Yeah.
John Tiley is next. Got his statement. Got his statement.
He's got some.
He's got a small age. You've got it. Yeah.
On Simon?
Remember I said, did you want to?
Yeah,
Oh, yes, so you'll have it.
I'll put on number 1, but if you want it number 2.
I did.
That's all right.
Oh, yes, yes, see, Lindsay stole yours.
Yeah, I didn't get all that.
I've got a copy.
I didn't get all that stuff.
Right.
I asked.
It was in the run
Got
sheet.
some of it.
Yeah.
John.
There's a picture which is on the screen.
You got it? No, she's got it.
One minute. So,
Emergency averted.
Mr. Ty, we've got your pre-circulated notes here, nice and short. So if you want to read it verbatim, you're more than welcome to. Yeah, okay,
Right, we'll refer to them. Yeah.
We're in your hands. So,
Right,
thank you.
thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I've been a resident of Chiltern Park, the northern suburb, for just over 30 years and pleasantly surrounded by undeveloped ridgelines. I've noticed that it seems to be that the proposed district plan will, under various circumstances, allow development on ridgelines. And it's my contention that the city needs its ridgelines to remain untouched by housing development. They're an extraordinary and valuable asset for everyone, bringing a sense of community and mental release. And few other cities have a setting like this. If we were in Christchurch, we wouldn't be looking at the issue. We're lucky. I think the PDP provision should have due regard for the benefits of the ridgelines and leave a legacy for future generations, building on the vision of those who created the town belt, which was a wonderfully visionary act. The council has, in quite a number of documents, noted
and expressed its regard for ridgelines. And here I've just today put down one example from the Suburban Reserves Management Plan. Many of the significant landscape features that characterise Wellington City are largely undeveloped, often but not always held as public reserve, such as ridgelines and hilltops. I maintain these significant landscape features should remain protected by the PDP. I just make a thought that placing houses on ridgelines gives such a small gain in numbers. It's difficult to accept the NPS intended such development to be permitted, and such houses would most likely be without reasonable access to public transport. I want to turn now to the Marshall Bridge, one in particular. And if I could, I don't know how familiar the commissioners are with the geography of the city. If we look at photo 1, that's taken from, in the foreground is the suburb of Churton Park, and it's taken from the western hillside looking northeast. And there you can see Marshall Ridge, and it's prominent in the as a feature in Churton Park and in Stebbings Valley, which is hidden down the slopes to the down the western slope of the ridge. Just beyond the ridge and hidden is the base of the wide valley, which contains State Highway 1 and the main trunk line. And then you have the slopes from the bottom of that valley leading up to the Horakiwi Ridge in the far east. And the Northern Reserves Management Plan emphasises the visual amenity value of Marshall Ridge, not just to the community right next to it, but to all the communities on those far eastern slopes. There's Granada North, Paparangi, Newlands. If you're up on those slopes, you have Marshall Ridge forms a prominent feature. My concern is with the PDP, looking at my paragraph 4, that Marshall Ridge has been treated differently to other city ridgelines. I believe that omission should be remedied to give this ridgeline protection by name. Now, the present district plan, volume 3, map 57, shows Marshall Ridge front and centre and also designates the side slope areas of visual significance. Because of course, if we are talking about protecting a ridge, then there needs to be a reasonable area on either side to give effect to that protection. The amendment shown in the Hearing 5 document Appendix A, sub P17, refers to ridgelines around Upper Stebbings Valley, but is silent on those around Stebbings Valley. That is the area which includes Marshall Ridge. I wish to propose that revised wording should omit the word upper and add Marshall Ridge to give a consistent approach for the entire ridgeline. And then there is the matter to address of there needs to be an amendment to provide for inclusion of slopes immediately adjacent to a ridgeline in a manner that assures unimpeded views of the ridgeline from adjacent communities. And I note that WCC wind mapping, I can't give you a specific reference to that, but I have seen it in the past, classifies part of the Marshall Ridge as an, I think the terminology is correct, an extreme wind zone. Why would you want to build up there? The Northern Reserves Management Plan references the district plan of the time, stating the district plan has been prepared in accordance with the RMA and is based on 7 principles of sustainability. And those principles include irreversibility. Some actions can result in permanent loss of species, landforms and heritage. And a precautionary approach should be taken where there is uncertainty and potential for significant harm. I wish to put to the Commissioners that the WCC commitment to those principles remains in place. And if there is any doubt whether the NPS allows or permits development on ridgelines, then any decision should be made in accordance with those established principles. Just acknowledging the workload faced by the Commissioners, I would hesitate to recommend further reading matter, but I consider that the Northern Reserves Management Plan is a remarkable document in that it takes a visionary approach to how this city should be looked at and developed. It's wide-ranging, it refers to any number of other council documents, and it expresses concerns and all the rest of it. As far as Marshall Ridge is concerned, I think it has the words in there. It says strong advocacy will be needed in terms of how development should or should not proceed. I'm not sure that I could judge myself as a strong advocate. If I could just briefly comment again on the photographs. I've already touched on photo 1 in setting the scene of where Marshall Ridge is and its prominence for the community there. If we could then go to photo 2, you've got the Marshall Ridge sits there, and there is in my original photograph at least, there's a very good contrast between the undeveloped Marshall Ridge and what has happened at Woodridge. That was a magnificent ridgeline until a few years ago. It had outstanding trees along it and space and so on. It's now smothered in housing. And so it's you can see absolutely the contrast sort of is right there before you. I can only sort of lightly suggest that if you feel in need of a break or mental refreshment, you visit the site from the position where those photos were taken, and it will really come home to you what is at stake here for the ridgelines, looking at the contrast between Marshall Ridge and Woodridge. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tyler. I'm just on that point. Is that Westchester Drive? You can see Westchester Drive. Is that what's the road right in front there?
Earlstoke Crescent. I have noted in just right at the end in italics. I've stated the location where the photo was taken.
So, and is that a walkway or path in the bottom left-hand?
That's right. It's a new walkway constructed by the council just a few months ago. It loops around up onto the hillside and back down again. Wow. But 2-minute walk above Earlstoke lifts you up above the rooftops. And gives you that view.
And it's quite interesting. I was looking at the district plan maps, and according to the, and I don't know if it could be an error, when you click on a property that's within one of that ridge line, it calls it Tiwharangi and Totara Best Spices Ridge. 2 different sets of names for it, but not Marshall's Ridge. So.
It's a bit of a puzzle to me. I'm not so sure whether the names that you're referring to are further north, a sort of continuation.
Well, it's obviously the ridge line between Chiltern Park and Taonga and Arahata and things.
Yes, yes.
And the highest peak is called Marshall Peak, or something just called Marshall anyway.
There's something known as Marshall Tree on that first point that's on the right.
Okay, thank you for that. I was just trying to quickly look at the Section 42A report on that. And I think, to a large degree, there's a there was a gap in the rules around earthworks and ridgelines, which I think has been plugged. But your submission is a bit broader than just that. It's to do with the policy 17 to cover slopes immediately adjacent to a ridgeline as well. Is that correct?
So it is.
So not just the ridgeline, but the slopes leading up to the ridgeline you want covered. I'm just looking at your third bullet point in 4.
First bullet point, and does it?
Third, sorry.
Oh, yes, I'm saying, oh, I see. It's interesting that in the existing, in the district plan, the present district plan actually shows Marshall Ridge by name, and it designates the ridge area, and then it designates the additional areas which have visual significance.
Okay, thank you. Questions for Mr. Tyler?
Just a couple. So the you made reference to the Northern Reserves Management Plan.
Yeah.
So just remind me, is that in a reserve? So the Marshall Ridge, is that, what's the status of that land, do you know?
It's privately owned.
But it's in the Reserves Management Plan, 2008.
It's referred to in the Reserves Management Plan, and it's, as I said, its value to the immediate community and to the distant communities as a visual amenity and the impact that it has on the communities overall.
So the relationship between the Reserves Management Plan and the Ridge is that the Reserves Management Plan mentions it or refers to it.
It refers to it, and it's there's a nodding acknowledgement that in future, its future would need to be considered very carefully because of its value.
And so the current provisions in the PDP, just so they understand, what you're saying is that the current provisions as written would enable housing to go up there if the landowner decided that was something they wanted.
I must confess, you know, I'm sort of, I came a bit early and I'm sort of impressed by the professionalism of some of the submitters, and I'm an amateur at this. But on the one hand, the PDP says protect the ridgeline, and then it proceeds to say, but only, and in terms of, it doesn't name Marshall Ridge as such, but then it says only allow housing if, and there seems to be all sorts of get outs from this. And I suppose my bigger question is, well, around all of this, is this really the intention of the national policy statement? But no doubt the panel will address that question.
It definitely is a lovely looking ridge in that photo, but geez, you got better eyes than me to see the Woodridge.
Well, I'm going to say
that photo, you've got better eyes than me, but I trust your local knowledge that there's some sort of significant.
That's what I was inviting you to go and have a site visit.
Yeah. Thank you.
I have no further questions. Thank you for that. Other than, could we have a copy of that photograph through Jazz, maybe? I don't know.
She has them.
Yeah, she's got it.
She hasn't got it.
Yeah.
You got it.
All right. Okay, I'll find the copy.
Some printed off.
Yeah. My print off. Okay, I'll get it. Thank you very much, Mr. Tyler. Time is just after 3, so I'll adjourn the hearing for afternoon tea and reconvene at 3:20. 3:20. Thank you very much. So, Good afternoon, everybody. The hearing on general district-wide matters in relation to the IPI for the Wellington City proposed district plan has been reconvened. And today is our first day of hearing submitters. And currently before us, we have CentrePort with its representative, Mr. Woods, and planning expert, Kate Searle. So, hello, welcome. We have read your pre-circulated evidence, thank you. But otherwise, we're very keen to hear the key points, especially the outstanding points that remain at the moment. So, over to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So yeah, I'll just very briefly address what was covered in my evidence and just respond to Mr. Searle's rebuttal as well. So there were a couple of matters to talk about. The first one is just the relationship between the natural hazards, coastal hazards and infrastructure chapters and the way that they relate to operational port activities. CentrePort made a number of submissions that sought to clarify the relationship between those three chapters for their port activities, and there's currently provisions in all three that appear to apply to CentrePort's activities. So my statement of evidence sought to remove those port-specific provisions from the natural hazard and coastal environment chapters. Mr. Searle in his rebuttal evidence clarified that there's a statement at the front of the overall infrastructure chapter, so not the hazards subchapter, but the overall infrastructure chapter, that states that the infrastructure chapter doesn't apply to airport operations, operational port activities and rail activities, which is where we have those specific objectives, policies and rules. So that was a really useful clarification, but possibly not something that a plan user would pick up if they were just looking at that specific subsection for natural hazards in the infrastructure chapter. Mr. Searle's rebuttal in paragraphs 18 to 20 in particular really clearly articulated the kind of scattered nature of those objectives and policies and rules that relate to natural hazards and coastal hazards for port activities and for infrastructure more broadly. So in my opinion, it would be clearer if the port rail and airport specific provisions could be shifted into the infrastructure chapter rather than addressed outside of it. I can now see the benefit of retaining these provisions, but I think it's their location within the plan that's causing that confusion. So I support Mr. Searle's comments that it would be appropriate to consider these as part of the infrastructure chapter if possible, so that the integration of provisions either within the infrastructure chapters or the links with other chapters can be really clearly addressed. So that aside, there were some other amendments in my evidence which have been incorporated into the track change version in Mr. Searle's rebuttal recommendations, and I generally support those provisions as they've been drafted in the rebuttal. So I guess just to be clear, the outstanding concerns for CentrePort relate to the structure of the plan rather than substantial matters. In particular, I'm supportive of the amendments to the natural hazards objectives, which seek to minimise risk from natural hazards in low and medium risk areas rather than to not increase the risk. I think that better reflects a risk-based approach, and it provides a higher tolerance for development in low and medium hazard areas than for in high hazard areas. Support the recognition in policy NHP2 for the functional or operational need for a building to locate in a high hazard risk area. I support the amendments to provisions that relate to hazard mitigation works. They fell out of some changes to the definitions and to policies P16 and P17 for hazard mitigation works, just to better clarify who can undertake those works. And that's in the policy and the corresponding rules. I noted in my evidence that there was a consequential amendment to Rule R17 in the Coastal Environment chapter, but I understand there may not be scope to amend that. There wasn't a submission point from CentrePort on that. And finally, in policy NHP14, I support the removal of the requirement for a building in the Wellington fault overlay for port, rail and airport activities to continue to follow to continue to operate following an earthquake. As I said in my evidence, the basis for and the application of that was unclear, and the amended drafting and Mr. Searle's rebuttal, I think, would provide the same outcome without getting caught up in the semantics of when an activity might need to return to operation, how well it needs to operate, and what magnitude earthquake that might apply to. So I support the amended wording that Mr. Searle has suggested. And then the final matter was a matter that's out of scope for CentrePort. It was just something that we picked up when reviewing the plan. So would you like me to address that, or would you prefer to leave that given it's out of scope?
Well, if it's an IPI provision that we're addressing, then we do have some wider scope to make changes than otherwise we might have. So if you wouldn't mind just addressing it.
Yep. Okay. Yeah, so this is something we picked up when we were reviewing the amendments to the chapter. And in particular, this was picked up because CentrePort's looking at development opportunities, and particularly commercial development opportunities on the finger wharfs at the northern end of the waterfront zone. And these, just to be clear, these wouldn't fall within the definition of operational port activities, so the regular provisions would apply. So that policy, Coastal Environment Policy P12, that includes an avoid clause for subdivision, use and development within the high hazard area of coastal hazard overlays, unless there's a functional or operational need and the building incorporates mitigation measures to minimise risk to people, property and infrastructure. And most of the waterfront zone is located in the high hazard tsunami area. There's an exception to this part of the policy, that functional and operational need requirement, for activities in the city centre zone, which presumably recognises that there's activities in the city centre zone that wouldn't meet the functional and operational need test. But there's no exception for the waterfront zone. So there's a whole bunch of activities in the waterfront zone that wouldn't meet that test, but that are otherwise consistent with the direction of the policy framework in the waterfront zone, and also with the Wellington waterfront framework, which I understand kind of guided the development of that zone. So some examples are like visitor accommodation and community facilities, which would both be non-complying under that rule, under the corresponding rule, which is Coastal Environment R27. And there's therefore a very, very challenging consenting pathway for those activities. So I'm not clear whether this was possibly just an oversight or whether it was intentional, but there's probably some quite significant applications across the whole waterfront zone for that. So yeah, just thought it was worth raising.
I might just, while he's here, ask for a comment from Mr. Searle on the waterfront zone, because I thought it had been carved out with the city centre zone, generally speaking, the things.
Thanks. No, it hasn't.
Was consideration given to that aspect?
So that was, I guess, before my time, but in terms of what I've seen in the 32, there's no mention of it, so it's unclear.
It's unclear at the moment. Okay. Another question though, the waterfront zone seems to stop around just north of Bunny Street, and then it's the port zone. So you're only referring to the waterfront zone?
Yeah.
Not to the land, because a lot of those finger wharfs attach themselves to the port zone side of things rather than the waterfront.
There's one, the Waterloo Quay Wharf has a small triangular area of land that is actually zoned waterfront zone, which is the land abutting the end of the wharf.
Right.
Bit of an exception in terms of those finger wharfs. The rest of them are operational port zone.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just thinking out aloud here whether that's a matter we might ask for a reply on, in terms of whether there's scope to make that change and whether any consideration has been given to bringing the waterfront zone into that carve out. Thank you for that. Any questions from the panel? That's right.
The two of us. Okay. Two very quick questions. we had a big debate over the last few days about the inclusion or the inclusion of the word minimise and the certainty or not that a word like minimise, even with the definition, provides, when you look at it in the context of wording like avoid an increase or do not increase. So when you use words that are more prescriptive, like do not allow or do not increase, if you're, and the example I used yesterday is if you're at 5, you know a 6 is an increase. But minimise, you could have a 7 with a few things on that don't necessarily, it's minimised, but it doesn't achieve what may be the intent of the policy. Do you believe minimise provides enough certainty? Because a lot of what you said that provides more certainty. Are you of the opinion that the word minimise is certain enough?
Yeah, I do think it is.
And why?
I think it's a matter of pragmatism as well. I think there tends to be lots of unintended consequences when you say things like "do not increase." That can stymie a whole lot of development that might not have been the intention of the provision. So I guess it gives, maybe certainty is not the right word, but it gives more discretion to consider that as part of an overall, consideration of a proposal.
And in your opinion, in that context, that discretion is reasonable?
I think so, yeah.
The other question I have is the fault defamation zone, as has been identified by a geologist, or are you do you think that it's useful, the fault defamation zone is a useful inclusion, given that it may not be mapped?
I don't know if I've looked at that. I don't know if it applies to any of CentrePort's land, so I don't know that I've looked at that. Is the fault has an overlay? Is that what you're talking about?
So the suggested wording, so if we go to your 37, the suggestion in there is fault defamation zone from the 42A.
Yeah.
Yeah. But in yours, you've not mentioned. Oh, sorry, you have. So in your para 42, over the page, you also use the word fault defamation zone, rather than, because yesterday we had a big debate about the difference between a overlay and a hazard overlay and a fault line and a fault defamation zone. The fault defamation zone being as identified by a suitably qualified geologist or expert.
Yeah.
That's what you still support?
To be honest, I hadn't looked too closely at that particular wording.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't have an opinion on that right now, sorry.
Yeah, no, that's all right. Because there was some confusion regarding the overlay maps and where the fault line was mapped and what a fault defamation zone was. But yeah. No, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Just one other question. In paragraph 23 or thereabouts, you're going on about the issue about infrastructure, the activities of CentrePort that's classified as infrastructure, and those that may not be, such as commercial office accommodation. And you say that the port operations and associated facilities, etc., are caught by infrastructure, but any commercial operations should be addressed in the relevant zone and district-wide provisions. Now, this may be more a matter for that hearing to deal with down the road, rather than here, but you're saying the suggested approach would require some redrafting of provisions to remove references, and I wasn't quite clear what the approach was that you were suggesting in there.
I think where we've got, probably where we've got to is we've moved past that because of the suggestion by Mr. Cyril. And I can provide you, I think maybe I addressed that when I spoke earlier, but I think the idea of shifting those provisions into the infrastructure chapter kind of resolves that issue and that tension. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. Any further questions? No. Thank you very much for attending. That was very useful information.
Thank you.
Our next submitter is Mr. Raymond for Heritage New Zealand Pouhere Taonga. Welcome again. We have read your pre-circulated evidence. Thank you very much, Mr. Raymond. So we are happy enough to leave it in your hands as to what key points remain outstanding, or even points you want to emphasise. Okay, over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much. My statement's obviously very brief. There was, in response to the 42A in the subdivision chapter, I came to a point of agreeing with everything recommended in there, so there's nothing more to comment in that section. Under the earthworks, I think the only outstanding thing is some wording around objective 1. So I have read the supplementary statement dated 25th of July, so I've just got some comments around that today. So the changes that Heritage New Zealand submitted on and that I referred to in my evidence, EW01, point 2, the objective says, as notified, minimises adverse effects on visual amenity values, including changes to natural landforms. So my point is, in that submission and evidence, is if we're going to address adverse effects in the objective, I don't see why it should be only limited to visual amenity values, changes to natural landforms. If there's an objective looking at adverse effects, I think it's appropriate that it is a wider scope. Now, obviously the reporting plan has a different opinion. Of course, the district plan is read as a whole. That's I take that as given. I think it does broaden the scope, but it still does include specific reference, as I recommended. It includes still that specific reference to visual amenity, natural landforms, if those are particular things to have regard to. But it would also include other matters if they were relevant to a particular application. And of course, there are the other overlays. One example that was given was the natural character. There's the heritage overlays. So when those overlays are triggered in an earthworks application, of course, the objectives and policies within those chapters would apply. There are cases where there are, for example, heritage values are present in a place, and earthworks consent would very likely result in adverse effects to those heritage values, even though the heritage is not included in a district plan schedule. And I think just having the scope within the general earthworks objective to look at whatever range of adverse effects are relevant to the application. And I'm aware of at least 2 applications that I've been dealing with recently in the Miramar Peninsula, where it's not scheduled heritage, but there are very high heritage values. And there is, of course, alongside the resource consent process, the archaeological authority process. But I don't see that there's a conflict between this objective and anything in the other chapters. I don't think it diminishes the emphasis on other objectives. If there's one objective which is very general and another objective such as the NATC01, which is more stringent or protective, then of course the the planner looking at the application would refer to those stringent objectives or policies. I have referred to a few other recent proposed district plans, just as a matter of interest to see what's covered in as the same matter, and referring to Pouhere's proposed district plan, EW01, has exactly the same wording as Wellington, whereas Central Hawke's Bay and New Plymouth proposed district plans also labelled EW01. In terms of adverse effects, they talk about adverse environmental effects, so not focusing on amenity or anything else in particular, but having that broader scope. So that's really all I'd just like to say in response to that rather minor, I think rather minor change of wording. All of the matters, as far as I can see, are in agreement.
Okay, thank you. Any questions?
I just interested in what I understand from, and as you said from the planner's report, is that it's sort of really a duplication and it's quite explicit in the NATC 01. And you're wanting to put in on the environment as quite a general sort of statement. What are you thinking of when you, how would you, what about the environment? What aspects of it do you think are relevant that you put into earthworks?
Well, an example, of course, is heritage values, which may be present on a site. There's a range of other things, more than just visual amenity. Visual amenity is obviously one important thing. So are the other things in Objective 01 regarding erosion, sediment controls, stability, health and safety. All of those things are already there.
And the heritage is covered pretty well in the heritage chapter.
Yep.
So it is captured in a number of places.
It's captured with its scheduled heritage, yes.
So just on the environment, is quite generic?
Yes, it is.
Yes.
But I think appropriately, because earthworks can have a range of different effects.
I think that NATC 01 captures it, quite
yeah, but that's also very
specifically,
specific in riparian areas. That's what that refers to.
It's natural characteristics and qualities that contribute to natural character within riparian margins of research. Yeah. Yeah.
So specific stream margins objective.
Yeah. And I think and if it's heritage, it's captured in the heritage one as well. But yeah, anyway, thank you.
Just one point on that same issue. So the original wording of EW01, number 2, talked about the adverse effects on the visual amenity values. Does it fit when you step outside of just the amenity values to an environmental effect? Because those environmental effects, when I look at this, are covered by 134, where erosion, sediment effects, slope instability, and development of, scale and form. So it just seems a bit out of step. Not that I disagree with the intent, but to say minimise the adverse effects on the environment and amenity values, which amenity values are a much different thing.
They're part of the environment. The RMA definition of environment is very broad, of course.
Yeah. So what you're saying is that the 1, 3 and 4 don't capture the environmental effects adequately, therefore warranting putting it into 2.
Yeah, they capture aspects of it, but not everything.
Right, and so the 2 would then allow the catch all of any other environmental effects that may not be in 1, 3 and 4. Yeah, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Raymond. I'm just wondering whether there's a different way of splicing this particular issue and wondered what your thoughts on that might be. There's probably two ways. First is in terms of the introductory sections of the chapter itself. There's already references to Heritage New Zealand's roles and responsibilities in terms of archaeological authorities.
Yep.
It could be one. So one place to put it.
Yep.
In terms of that particular effect. Or the other one is you actually have a separate line item relating to heritage values, or to natural character values, which points it to, if you like, the parent chapter.
Yep.
Within that objective. I just wondered whether this might be some sort of comfortable medium, either of those options for resolving your concerns.
Possibly where the chapter says other relevant district plan provisions, and of course, whatever is relevant should be referred to whether it's mentioned here or not. But as a guide to the plan user, it talks about transport, subdivision, and trees. So there are other chapters and overlays which could be reasonably included in that list, including heritage.
Yeah, there's certainly sites and areas of significance in there already. Historic heritage is already in there in terms of referencing other parts of the plan which might apply to earthworks activities in those areas.
Yep.
So that's one way. So it's already there. There's already some sort of saying, well, you can't just look at the earthworks chapters, you've got to look at other things.
Yes.
In case there is something there.
That's right.
And then the other option is you actually go quite explicitly and say, you know, adverse effects on identified heritage or sites of significance to Māori. That would be duplication.
Yeah, because it's, yeah.
Or you leave it as it is and trust the consent planners and the applicants to look at the other chapters of the plan to make sure that they're not foul of them.
Yeah.
So your preference is for your preference for meeting the objective in the manner you've outlined.
That's my preference, but I would also be supportive of additional references in the other relevant plan provisions section of the introduction.
Okay. Perhaps Ms. Van Heeren and Giles can look at that. Thank you.
Thank you. No, all questions have been answered. Thank you very much.
That's great. Very much. Your time.
Our next submitter isn't here, so I'm just wondering whether we'd be able to hear from Ms. Wharf. The only issue, I think, is trying to get Tony Michelle, is it?
Yeah.
Online quickly.
Just ringing him now.
I can see.
Next one's
Yeah. 4 o'clock. Yeah. Should be here 20 minutes.
he just walked.
Ms. Wharf, would you like to come and sit to the table anyway? I'm just wondering whether we hear from you, because obviously Mr. Michelle knows what you're going to say.
He's the technical expert, so if you have any technical questions.
So while they're trying to get him up there, we have seen your statements.
So just by way of explanation, he was overseas doing offshore baits in South Australia, and I was moving house and we missed the date for the expert evidence deadline. So what we've done is made a statement that's on behalf of him as advocate statement. But because he's not here in person and didn't think he could zoom in, I was to present it. So just to clarify, it's a little bit of a muddle, but trust it will suffice.
That's all right. I mean, I read it and it was fairly clear to me what you're saying, although I'm a little familiar with the topic from recent experience. So would you mind just maybe highlighting the key points to your submission?
So the key point is that the need for clarity, and it was a concern, and Mr. Michelle was particularly concerned about in the officer's report, where it said, oh, exemption 1 may provide what the submitter wants. Now, a may doesn't provide enough certainty as far as the ag operators are concerned. And the other issue that we were concerned about was the exemptions that were in the start of the noise chapter only applied to the rural zone. And there is considerable aviation activity undertaken for conservation purposes outside of the rural zone. And that's not provided for within the framework as it's currently drafted. So I suppose those are the two key issues about, well, is there some way that we could create a more nuanced approach to this issue to ensure that appropriate weed and pest control can be undertaken, and that the ag aviation activities in the, which are, you know, in Wellington, because of contour, you know, aerial is really important, are provided for with some degree of certainty. So those are the two key issues that probably need to be addressed from the Aviation Association's perspective.
Yeah, I was just going to say yesterday, I don't know if you were listening in, but I asked the council office, not yesterday, the day before.
No, I wasn't listening.
Oh, that's okay. We asked the council officer at the time about this exemption, and maybe, and his response was he actually thinks a definition of the agricultural aviation activities would be helpful.
Right.
So in giving it specifically providing for it, so that would give you more clarity and certainty.
Certainly that definition, which includes the different activities and the conservation activities, would ensure that they were captured within the umbrella.
Yes.
So that would go some way, and then somehow or other incorporating that term agricultural aviation into either the exemptions or the rule. And I don't know, did the planner have any suggestions?
Well, I understood that we could ask them specifically, but I consider that would be implicit, that if it's used in a definition, that it would therefore follow on to be used in the plan.
Yes.
As a term,
yes.
Provisions made for it.
So the question would be whether it was provided for in the exemptions at the start of the noise chapter, or whether it was as a specific rule.
We could ask them that.
And my concern with the exemption 7 is that it's only rural activities in the rural zone. And we've got the open space zone and the natural open space zone where weed and pest control is undertaken. And certainly exemption 1 in terms of the height isn't relevant, because these aircraft are flying far below 500 feet and are allowed to under CAA rules. So yeah. My preference, I think, is that there's a specific rule, so it's quite clear, and the submissions of aviation set out a rule that could be inserted to provide for agricultural aviation activities. So include the definition and a permitted activity rule for those activities would make it clear. And why the association is seeking provisions is because of difficulties they've had elsewhere around the countryside in terms of people objecting to this type of activity. And we canvassed it in Central Hawke's Bay, Mr. Commissioner Schofield. And in Selwyn, I think, Commissioner Dash, didn't we?
I think so.
Yes. So have you any questions? I don't know if
Just going to turn to my right. and ask.
Is the way through this to actually have an exemption, which rather than specifying the rural zone, it's for rural activities and potentially conservation activities as being the exemption.
potentially that's another way that the matter could be addressed. I think in the statement we put that even you've got exemption 2 aircraft used in emergency as air ambulances. Maybe we even added to that and for agricultural aviation activities. And if we had the definition, then that would tie in. So that's another way of doing it.
Okay, thank you.
No, I have no further questions. Did we get? No, we didn't get anyone last.
And you've got no technical questions for Tony?
No,
It's pretty straightforward.
yeah, pretty straightforward. So thank you very much for being flexible.
Ms. Wolf, did you used to be with Hort New Zealand?
I do work, contract
Oh, yes.
consultancy
Yeah.
work
I
for
thought
New Zealand.
Thought I'd seen you
So
before at
we're in
Marlborough.
different
Yeah,
areas.
yes.
And Hort New Zealand haven't got much interest in Wellington.
Climate change.
Well, we're doing something in Taupo, and Taupo is saying, oh, but we haven't got much horticulture. You never know in the future. Anyway.
Okay, well, thank you very much for being flexible and jumping in there. Our final submitter for today is Mr. Gibson. We've flipped him around. Mr. Gibson?
Oh, is that what?
Yeah.
Sorry.
We ran early, so we thought we'd make the best of time.
Thank you very much.
And I think we're even running early for you, so that's all right. So.
Oh, I can take as much time as I like.
I'll just grab your statement here. Okay. So, well, we do have a luxury of a little bit of time. So if you do want to read through your statement, which was only circulated last night, please do.
Thank you, Commissioners. Yes, David Gibson from Survey and Spatial New Zealand. No, I wasn't intending to read out my submission, but I will just draw from a few of the particular points. So just as an introduction, obviously we're interested in the subdivision provisions. We've also made submissions in the earthworks chapter and the three waters chapter as well. So I start on the subdivision provisions. Subdivision Rule 1 we had sought changes to the notification statements around Rule 1. And particularly that some of the cross references to compliance with certain standards in the medium density and the high density don't apply in each of the three different notification statements. And particularly medium density standard S2 is a height limit for the for multi-unit developments, and so the different notification statements are different whether you're a multi-unit or whether you're a 1 to 3 unit development. So it just seemed strange and better in terms of the way the plan's written, and therefore what applicants have to do and consider in terms of their future resource consent applications, what needs to be addressed. I see in the officer's report that they're not recommending any change. They seem to think that it's obvious that that standard applies to something else, so therefore you just don't apply it. I still find that a little bit strange if our objective is to try and get a district plan that's nice and simple and easy to follow. I also found it a little bit intriguing in that the officer also mentioned that, for example, standard 7 won't apply as well, but there's quite a number of them when I've gone through it again in a bit more detail. It's particularly in the multi-unit notification, non-notification statement. So there's references to standards 6, 7 and 8. They don't apply for multi-unit developments, whereas standards 12, 13, 14 and in the high density zone 16 and 17 as well. So I guess what I'm suggesting is that the whole non-notification statements need a bit of a thorough look through, and I'm advocating obviously changes to the references to particular standards that are the ones that apply. So that's all I wanted to say on that topic. For rules 2 and 3, our primary submission was that there should be some recognition of existing use right situations in terms of compliance with standards. Rule 2 is a specific rule. It's reasonably narrow in that it applies only to situations where you've got existing buildings and you're subdividing around those existing buildings and not creating any new lot that's a vacant allotment. So obviously that means you've got existing working buildings. The standards require compliance with substandards S1 to S7, and they're all what I'm calling engineering standards, references to the regional standard for water services, but it also includes power and telecommunication services as well. And so obviously that standard is quite often different in terms of what an existing building might be provided with for its services. So it seems to me that standard is just sort of requiring an upgrade of existing services for buildings that are existing and operating perfectly fine. I've referred to an example, when quite often we do a change of tenure from cross lease to freehold subdivision. You've got existing buildings that are occupied with existing services. This would appear to require all those services to be upgraded if they're not up to standard. Quite often they're not, because the standard only allows certain materials and of a certain size and things like that. So I guess what we wanted to avoid is the situation is where someone's trying to do what should be a relatively simple subdivision without the requirement to have to retrofit all their particularly drainage services. I think what potentially would happen is that people won't make use of that rule and therefore apply as a discretionary restricted activity, and then have an argument with council and Wellington Water as to whether the standards are fit for purpose or not. And I guess that's possibly a little bit what is currently happening in our experience with Wellington Water. You're quite often required to do video inspections of your drains, get somebody to inspect your water service and things like that. And then depending on the outcome of that, you may be able to keep your service or you may have to upgrade it. The way things work at Wellington Water. And I note that recently they've introduced a new, what they're calling a dispensation procedure. It looks fairly tough, onerous requirements to be able to say that you should qualify for a dispensation. That procedure's, just as a little bit of background, apparently has evolved out of their own internal procedures where they're doing new works for their various client councils, and so they have their own procedures in place. And for when they themselves want to change something that's not strictly in terms of the regional standard. And so they developed this dispensation procedure. So typically what happens at Wellington Water, they start using it in-house for their own projects, and then they think, oh, this is a great idea, we'll apply it to the development community and all subdivisions as well. But it is fairly tough. So I guess you'd like to see is some ability for existing use rights for services. And that also applies to Rule 3, which is a boundary adjustment rule. Obviously, in that case, there may well be a vacant allotment involved with your boundary adjustment. But where there is an existing building, we advocate for the same sort of existing use rights ability to be claimed. Made a comment in there. I'm not quite sure what's going to happen when the Three Waters reforms kick back in for a year. And possibly all this is going to be up for debate again, or it might move sideways and completely removed from a consenting, RMA consenting procedure, and be entirely contained within the water services legislation. Just moving on then to the subdivision standards. Standard sub S1 is to do with assessing practical, physical and legal access. Our submission was that as a standard's not necessary. It's specifically covered as a mandatory requirement for subdivision under section 106 of that RMA. And the way that the standard's phrased, it seems to me that it requires some sort of judgment exercise to be made by the council, and that in my mind doesn't sit well as a standard. I've gone through that a little bit further in preparing that statement, and it seems to have been taken from the operative district plan that uses the same phrasing, but that was a standard that's only applied to a permitted activity. Controlled activity under the operative plan specifically allows for existing use rights situations to be recognised. It is a little bit convoluted, but through my fairly long association with Institute of Surveyors, we've agreed that how those existing use rights terms of the operative plan rule, Rule 522 operate, and everyone's familiar with it, and it seems to work extremely well. So we're advocating that that same type of provision is written into the standards for the new plan. Standard S2 moves into the sort of the engineering requirements. S2 is about water supply. So one of my first points was the difference in date of the regional standard. The notified version refers to the 2019 standard. Three Waters chapter refers to the 2021 version. So that should be. Then in terms of the actual requirements of the standard, the way it's referenced is just to certain sections or certain tables of the regional standard. That is sometimes referring to things that are not particularly relevant to the matter. And look at similar situation in substandard S3. There's a whole list of items under that section, and there's quite a few of them that are just not relevant to where you're creating a new. The Institute supported the submission of AdamsonShaw on the sub S2, where they sought to that's been created. And particularly when it's vacant. Oh, sorry, a vacant freehold allotment. Principal units, cross lease buildings, there's a requirement that they're related to a physical building structure, usually the building itself. Has to be evident on the ground, and you have to measure from that structure to define what your principal unit is and what your cross lease is. Yeah, our submissions on sub S3 are along a similar vein. There's certain parts of the regional standard under that encompassing section that are not relevant, so we either like to see those replicated in the district plan, or the reference, I guess, be more targeted and specific. Subdivision S4 is about stormwater discharges. That refers to 3 tables of the regional standard, but one of those standards only applies to roads. I don't see how that table 4.3 only applies to roads, so I don't see how that one is going to be relevant unless we simply just say that it's always not going to be relevant in our applications. So that was pretty much all I had on the subdivision provisions. Should I carry on? Or yes. Turning to earthworks, we've made a submission on the definition of the cut height. There's either deliberately or inadvertently, I guess, a change to the way the cut height is defined. Previously, under the operative rule, it was a maximum vertical change in height, whereas under the proposed definition, it's a height from the top of a batter to the bottom of a batter. While measured vertically, it's not a vertical change in height. So I've sort of shown a little diagram there to show the difference between how a cut height would be measured under the operative plan and under the proposed plan. So that's going to possibly end up in more consent requirements. But the other point I would like to make is that it seems to me that new definition is inconsistent with what the Section 32 report recommended. The Section 32 report seemed to say essentially that the operative plan is working okay, and that we're just going to keep those same provisions and move them into the new proposed district plan. But this to me is an obvious change that increases the way you measure the height and therefore the likelihood that you may need a resource consent. And so if Section 32 report is the direction, then obviously we're trying to should be maintaining the existing provisions as they are. My other point on the earthworks provisions was a non-notification statement again for Earthworks Rule 6. We'd sought that a non-notification statement should be included for all the standards, not certain standards. And the one that isn't captured by that non-notification statement is Earthworks Standard 2, and that's to do with a cut or fill height. I've again referred back to the operative plan. It started with a non-notification provision. It was drafted at a time when the RMA used different terminology to what it says now. And I'm sure commissioners will also be aware that the council was criticised for that non-notification statement in a High Court decision because the RMA changed and made the reference to that a non-notification has to be precluded, whereas the original drafting of the non-notification statement in the operative plan didn't say precluded, it says did not need to be served or notified. But obviously the intention was that all those parts of the earthworks rule would be subject to a non-notification provision. So again, referencing the section 32 report, advocating that we're trying to keep things the same. We don't need to change it. So therefore the earthworks non-notification provision for Rule 6 should equally apply to all parts, all standards of the earthworks Rule 6. Lastly, on to the three waters. We made the submission about the definition of hydraulic neutrality. Obviously, councils, Wellington Water for that matter, has put some thought and effort into how they want to do that. Traditionally, hydraulic neutrality has been based on the site as it is existing. And then you compare what increase in impervious surfaces you're having, and you account for detention of the increase in impervious surfaces. So the new definition rolls the clock back prior to everybody's occupation of Aotearoa. We are treating everything as an open grass surface, and that's the basis for calculating hydraulic neutrality and how much stormwater you need to contain. But obviously it's only targeted at developments. And I think in the, I don't know if it's in the council's officer's report, but going back through some of the evidence from water, hydraulic neutrality doesn't solve capacity issues, because you're not removing capacity, you're just holding the water back for a certain amount of time, and the water's still got to flow out and through the network. And because it's only targeted at the development application, new applications, and that we're only talking about a small percentage of the city that is going to require hydraulic neutrality and stormwater control. I don't know the numbers, but development might only happen in 5% of the city on average, I guess. So that's sort of just tinkering around with this whole idea of the capacity of the city's networks, and making a change to around 5% of the cities. I don't think it's going to make a huge amount of difference. Council will maybe better served in looking at broader scale issues that cover the whole of the city or particular catchments, rather than just focusing on each new development as it comes along. Granted, it's aimed not to make things worse, but it's not going to solve things. And if climate change is continuing to make things worse, that's just going to happen anyway. So I guess we're advocating and asking for the sort of the status quo to remain, what we've been doing the last 3, 4, 5 years in terms of providing hydraulic neutrality. Again, the side of the flow on, to use a term, is that there's greater emphasis on private infrastructure. because all these stormwater neutrality devices are privately owned. They've got to be managed and looked after by the owners of whatever development occurs. Currently, Wellington Water, require us to provide maintenance schedules, and there's notices on the titles about all the responsibilities and obligations. But at the crux of it is that it's private infrastructure that's got to be managed by private people, and but it's creating that wider public benefit in terms of not increasing stormwater issues in the downstream environment. And so, yes, we would like to see the status quo retained instead of making private developments put even bigger tanks in that are going to be more difficult to maintain and keep on top of. Let's stick with the status quo. The other submissions I've made are about the rules, Three Waters rules 1, 2, and 4. In terms of the standards that apply to those rules, and again, those standards are stuff from the regional standard. So sub S2, S3, S4. Oh, sorry. So yeah, our sort of same sort of comments that we've been advocating for in terms of the subdivision standards should also be applied to these Three Waters rules. Is where I do. Last one was Rule 4 and really about the water sensitive design for stormwater. That water sensitive design has been around for a few years now. Particularly in Wellington, it's very hard to make use of the principles and recommended solutions for Three Waters for water sensitive design. Those solutions either require a lot of physical space in terms of wetlands and ponds. We're largely talking about infill development in Wellington, so we don't have a lot of space to be creating wetlands and ponds around the place. The alternatives are proprietary systems, and again that requires investment and maintenance by the private landowners again to try and achieve a stormwater benefit for the city. So I guess while we're not opposed to water sensitive urban design, there's limited options available in Wellington. Swales can only be worked on within a certain gradient. So proprietary devices seem to be the ones that are most often used. I guess we would like to see some more options available in that water sensitive urban design, or at least the ability to come up with some other option rather than only using that water sensitive design guidelines. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Before I turn to the panel for questions, just the cut issue. I mean, you say the proposed definition would lead to a lot more earthworks proposals requiring resource consent. What is the issue? What is the issue to you, in your mind, about having a higher, what you call a parent cut height, as a result of that definition? What are the issues?
Well, the issue is that if you're on a sloping surface, that a quite small excavation into that surface in terms of the vertical change that you might need to try and generate a level area for a building platform would potentially, when you cut a batter back at a safe angle, my example shows 1 in 2. You could potentially have a slightly steeper batter, I guess, 1 and 1.5. But for something that's not a great extent of earthworks or great of change in terms of the actual vertical change in the ground, there are other requirements in terms of area. If we're worried about the extent of area and runoff from area, we've got a different standard that covers area. If we're worried about the proximity to the boundary, there's still a standard that covers off the proximity to the boundary in terms of the 45-degree angle requirement. So yes, for that reason, that there are other standards that potentially cover what might need to be addressed under this standard anyway. Given that the would likely result in the requirement for more consents to be required, I don't see that there's any particular benefit in having to apply for a consent that might involve relatively modest earthworks, but if they're close to a boundary or over a certain area, they're going to be caught anyway.
And also in regard, because you probably realise we heard from Mr. Sutton this morning about the issue you raised regarding subs S2, etc. Your suggestion is slightly different to what he was suggesting, and you've added principal units and cross-lease buildings into that thing. And just for my sake, principal units and cross-lease buildings would cover all existing units and cross-lease buildings as well as new ones. I don't know, is that how that's worded? That's how I read that. So it's new vacant freehold allotments and principal units and cross-lease buildings. So
So that's why I hadn't specifically talked about vacant principal units or vacant cross-lease.
thank you. I'm going backwards, sorry. The S1 standard for sub S1, and you're saying it's repetition of section 106 of the Act.
Yeah.
Is that not a sort of belt and braces approach, just to make sure that's clearly one of the considerations for subdivision, even though it's repeating what's in the Act, for a plan user to see it there as well, helps clarify and, you know, make sure it happens?
Well, you could put a general note reference to section 106. But the way it's worded, it expands more than section 106 in terms of practical. Section 106 talks about physical and legal. So I don't know if it's semantics or not. What's the difference between practical and what's the difference between physical? But I guess because of that, it feels to me that because it's potentially something that's got to be assessed and considered and to make a judgment on, that council is exercising some discretion as to deciding whether that standard is going to be met. And if you're exercising discretion to decide that a standard is met, then it's possibly not best standard.
I'm just looking at 106, and it says Central Authority may refuse to grant subdivision consent if there's that sufficient provision for access hasn't been provided. Paraphrasing here, or it may grant a subdivision consent subject to conditions. So would the point of having it in the plan be a process for determining what kind of conditions and things, what kind of matters they'd be considering if that access can't be provided? So it is repeating, but it's sort of fleshing out a sort of a framework for considering departures from that requirement.
Well, I'm sure that there are other transport standards that's going to apply anyway, but we're thinking particularly in terms of because that standard applies to a whole raft of rules. Permitted rules, controlled rules as well. So if you are judged to fail that standard, then you're going to move into a high category rule, regardless, and therefore matters of discretion probably include, again, drawing from the operative plan provisions, they've always included access as a matter of discretion, but it hasn't always been a standard to decide which rule you might fall under in this place. Because section 106 is there mandatory, that's obviously the sort of the backstop for council. But I do take your point in terms of having something upfront and obvious to plan users, though say that the average Joe Blow is not really going to be using the plan too much these days. Increasing A, complexities of district plans, and B, the requirements to make an application. It's a professional making an application, and they will be familiar with those parts of the subdivision process in section 106 regardless.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Mr. Gibson?
Mr. Gibson, can you, the suggested wording at the top of page 5, West 2, where you've included or added in vacant freehold and can you talk me through a very simple scenario where under the notified wording, this would be the outcome, and under your suggested wording, this is how the outcome would be different? Just a very simple example. So under the notified wording where it's got all new allotments must, this is what would happen. And under the all new vacant freehold principal unit and cross lease buildings, this is how the outcome would be different. Give me an example of a scenario, any scenario. Just so that I can understand what it is what difference you're trying to make.
Well, it all stems from whether there's an existing building involved in the subdivision.
So there is, yeah.
So if we're saying there are existing buildings, then there will undoubtedly be an existing water connection.
Yep, got that. Oh, sorry, yep, got that. And you're proposing to just give me a scenario, just any scenario.
If it is a subdivision around existing buildings,
yeah,
with those existing services, the way we're proposing this standard to say it wouldn't apply because there is no vacant allotment being created.
So there's existing buildings and you're wanting to create a new allotment.
Yes.
Yeah, so under this wording, the new allotment must do X, Y, and Z, right? Under the notified wording, all new allotments must, blah, 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 blah. So under your suggested changes, those new allotments, what's the difference here? That there will be the outcome of what you're suggesting in this policy direction. What will be different? How will that subdivision be different?
The difference will be whether that new allotment contains a building or not. So if it contains a building, that standard won't apply. If it doesn't contain a building, i.e. the vacant allotment, then the standard will apply and it then will be necessary to provide the necessary service.
So if you've got an existing building and you're, like, say, making a new section at the back of it, you're, I don't know, subdividing it. Is that an example? And so the new allotment, the new bit at the back would be subject to?
If it's vacant.
Yeah. So there's no house on it, but the existing house wouldn't?
Yes.
Be subject to that?
Yes.
So under the current wording, all new allotments is what you're saying is the existing house would be captured in the notified wording?
Yes.
If that is an older house or the services may have failed, what's the problem? Should we not be looking at that as well if we're putting in new services for the existing allotment?
Potentially. I don't disagree.
Well, you do disagree because you don't want it in there.
That's what I'm saying is that doubt that would ever be the case.
Doubt what would ever be the case?
That there are services that are so incapacitated. No.
Then if they're not, what's the problem? Don't worry about it. No, that's okay. The other question I have is, do you have in your page 6 at the bottom, you quote the 32 report, sorry, with that bullet point retains the you don't have a reference for that, or is there a reference in your submission about that? I don't want you to get it now, but if there's a reference in the submission, then that's fine.
Not to the exact page.
Right.
I do have a copy of it here.
Oh, no, if it's in this, so if it's not in the submission, we won't go diving in to the 32 report to look for it. So the last point is the three waters section. You made a comment and I lost what it was in reference to, but you made the comment about hydraulic neutrality is taking us back before anyone occupied Aotearoa. What would did I catch that? What was the point there? I might have missed it. Did you say that?
Yes.
Is hydraulic neutrality, what is that? What were you meaning by that?
Well,
taking
the basis of hydraulic neutrality now is bare grass land.
From all the common understandings that I've had of hydraulic neutrality, it's being able to retain water so as that during peak capacity it's not over and you gradually release it over time or treat it. I've never seen it defined as just it's nothing there. Where did you get that from? Where's that from? I've never heard that, but maybe I've never seen that as a definition of hydraulic neutrality. That there's nothing there like before humans even turned up. Where did you pick that definition up from?
Well, I guess extrapolating is that for, I guess we'll say human occupation, they have wanted to have housing and protection from the elements. And so they have changed what the bare natural ground is in some fashion.
Right.
So the definition goes back to say your runoff is generated as bare grass land. So it can have no.
I've never heard that before. But
undeveloped state.
Yeah. But so hydraulic neutrality in the context of what I read in here, right, is in a development context, if you are developing or something that you don't create a capacity burden for existing infrastructure that you in some way, whether it's a tank or treated on site or whatever. What you're saying is that it's not just that, it's like before humans came, we need to have something like that.
It's all about what the starting point is. So you're allowed runoff from a site, but only as bare virgin grassland.
Right.
You can't, if I, to replicate your suggestion, if I've got an existing house and I want to subdivide off the back, that existing house is treated as not being there, and it's treated as being just bare grass land. But obviously it is there and it's generating some runoff. Traditionally, we have applied hydraulic neutrality in that where any increase from that existing situation, so any increase from one house to two houses, we treat and provide mechanisms to control that additional runoff.
Yes.
The definition now talks about undeveloped state, so that means that all existing buildings are not recognised as contributing to hydraulic neutrality. So you're going. So hence my reference is that we're turning back the clock and going back.
But there's no practical implication until there's a trigger that's like in these rules, or there's development, or there's something that have.
Until you change the status quo, then you don't need to do anything. But as soon as you change the status quo, council is going to make you calculate it from back at the start when there was nothing there other than grass.
And you've suggested, my last question is, you've suggested that instead of that hydraulic neutrality approach, that we should be And we should just encourage existing houses to retrofit stormwater detention devices. And so, just so that I understand, you're saying take it out of the rules, take it out of the framework, and have some sort of encouragement for people to do this would be the better outcome.
No, what I'm saying is keep with the current situation, so that if we're adding a new house, we provide hydraulic neutrality for the new house. But I'm also advocating that if we're just waiting for each new house, then we're not treating the bigger issue for the city. So hence, I'm also saying that the council should also be advocating, you know, citywide, catchment-wide initiatives. Because if we're just worrying about each new house, then there's still capacity issues, there's still stormwater stuff to be treated and addressed by the city as a whole.
So do all of the hydraulic neutrality stuff that's proposed, as well as encourage people to do this other stuff?
Well,
is that what you just said? So yeah,
keep the status quo in terms of just treating the extra stuff, but put focus on the big picture, which requires a council initiative to do, rather than just a obligation on anyone who wants to develop or add to their buildings.
Just I lied about it being the last question, the very last one. So a lot of submitters have come in and they've basically sought status quo, right? There's nothing wrong with what we've got in the operative plan that was set 20, 30 years ago, even though the world has changed significantly since then, and it will significantly into the life of this plan. So your view is the things that you believe should be the same as the operative plan will mitigate the challenges that we're going to have in the future around these things in an appropriate way? It's not a specific question to your submission, but because it actually concerns me when people come in to say status quo is good enough without giving some really good evidence or direction as to why, given the world's significantly different.
Yeah, well,
that's a bit of an unfair question, actually. But I'll ask it.
The district plan's been around for a long, but it's evolved, and this idea of hydraulic neutrality has nothing to do with the district plan at the moment. It's not in the district plan. It's come through just practice, and that's only come in, say, the last 5 years. And that's come in through the Wellington Water adopting regional standard, which now says you should apply hydraulic neutrality. So hydraulic neutrality, therefore, has been aimed at the new development and to not make our current problems worse. So taking your lead, status quo won't make things worse. Granted, it's not going to be a solution, but the status quo is not going to be a solution. Neither is the current district plan. So neither of them are going to create any noticeable improvement over the city wide, because, as I've said before, the district plan's focusing on new development, and new development is only a small proportion of the city. So there's still our existing city that may have problems. Those still need to be addressed, and that's why I'm saying council's initiative to try and fix those capacity issues still needs to be done.
Can I just to pick up on that? We had this similar discussion with the council's advisors on Tuesday. And that point was made, and the response was from the economist that this is only part of the jigsaw, that yes, the huge amount of investment, public investment is needed to upgrade our stormwater systems and things like this. But this is another part of that jigsaw in terms of trying to, and I'm paraphrasing here, not quoting, internalise the external effects of land use. So people are having these effects in terms of stormwater runoff now. So it's like a way of trying to get polluter pays, if you know what I mean, in terms of requiring them to take back or retain some of that stormwater instead of discharging it straight away. And that's total paraphrasing of a very lengthy discussion we had on Tuesday. What's your response to that response?
Well, yeah, I guess in terms of the jigsaw, yes, it is part of the jigsaw, but what I'm saying is it's a very small part. And if you take that part of the jigsaw, it isn't going to fix that overall system in terms of the deficiencies. So polluter pays, well, we're all part of that situation. Yeah. Existing people are the majority of the city, and focusing rules on the new people isn't going to make any real change in that. Whether it's status quo or whether it's now winding the clock back. So what we're talking about with development is that, say, actually, the city's saying to the development community, actually, we don't want you just to look after your problems and not make everything worse. We want you to try and make things a little bit better for everybody else, which is obviously the city. But because we're only talking about very small proportions, it's not really having any great advantage overall. Any questions?
There's been a reasonably good traverse through issues that I would have raised with you, particularly in relation to servicing and the exact discussion you've been having about undeveloped state, whether it should be undeveloped state and so forth. I wouldn't mind rounding back to your issue on submission R1 in relation to access and so forth. Is your problem not with the fact that it's there? Is your problem with what it says?
Well, yeah, I guess.
You got to have practical access to a lot. It's a requirement of section 106. Is there a problem with the standard in the district plan actually stating that? Or is your problem with if you don't comply with that standard, what the matters of discretion are?
No, it's the fact that it's a standard in the first place.
It's a standard. Well, it's a part of the statute in the first place.
Sorry, yes, it's a part of the statute in the first place, which is going to apply to whatever status application you fall under, regardless.
So my question is, does it do any harm being there? Because, you know, potentially we're not all experienced surveyors such as yourself, planner surveyors such as yourself, who are familiar with these. It's somebody looking at what they've got to do to get a subdivision across the line. And the first thing up is you've got to have practical access to a legal road. Is it a problem that it's there? Because it duplicates what's in the Act itself, potentially duplicates it.
Well, I think the main problem is for the permitted rule standard, where I guess in that case, sort of raises a thought in my mind that I haven't contemplated, is whether section 106 applies to a permitted activity.
for it to be permitted anyway, it's got to provide practical legal access to a public road, doesn't it?
If we're relying on section 106.
Yeah, if you're relying on the rules in the plan, it's still got to be a standard to be complied with, doesn't it?
It doesn't need to be a standard.
Okay. No, I think we've had a pretty good discussion on most things. Thanks for your detailed input, because this is real nuts and bolts district plan issues to deal with subdivision, and you know, and your input is appreciated.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gibson. Much appreciated. Okay, that draws day 3 of hearing stream 5 to a conclusion. We will adjourn the hearing and reconvene at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Thank you very much.
Just stop the chair from turning into a pump at 5. Go past 5 o'clock. I
could see someone looking at the clock.
Right.